Should be better.
Oh, we're going to...
Let's go make sure that we're actually live on YouTube again. Alright, there we go. Let's make sure before I go and put this the way it normally is, that my multi-stream actually works. Because if it doesn't, that will be annoying. Oh man, I had a video pulled up and everything. Man, I had a video pulled up and everything. All right. Oh gosh darn it. We're just going down the line here. Gotta post it to all of my all the Discord servers I'm in. I gotta get this shiz in here. What's going on, Kawada Mole? We're gonna be playing some more Minecraft today. I don't know if my microphone sounds better or if it sounds good right now, to be completely honest with you. Minecraft today. I don't know if my microphone's... Here, we're gonna do this so I can listen to my stream. Does it sound okay? I don't know if I need to change the filters up or not. Because it sounds like my low tones are being... Okay. Alright, let's just go with that for now. Sounds good to me? Okay. I was just listening. Oh gosh, I'm like having to deal with a lot of this stuff and it's like, it's not working well. I have to get a new stand anyways. I'll get the microphone stand and then I'll deal with all that crap. But until then, oh god, it just like my other microphone. 1 second, I have to switch headphones because I don't know if it's my headphones or if it's my... Let's get... Yeah. There we go. I should be good. Yeah, sorry guys, we are dealing with some extra stuff today. Okay, so it should be auto balancing, but I don't trust it. Yeah, it's just a little loud. Okay. Okay, we're gonna try that. And then we're going to go over here and we're going to lower our gain a little bit. All right, how's that? Is that better? How's that sound? I hope that sounds better. Yep, no feedback now. Can be a little bit louder. Okay. We're gonna go right in the center of where we were. Okay, how about there? That I can also talk louder too. That I can also talk louder too. That's good. Cool. All right, let's get into it because I've been sitting here fudging with my microphone for like 15 minutes. Sorry guys. I just really wanted to get this upright because it feels better when it's just it's like upright, you know? So let's go ahead and get into it. What video do we want to look at today? Oh gosh, we could go into Project Domain. We did Dead Domain yesterday. We also did Asmongold yesterday. I really want to avoid doing something that's like 3 hours long because that was difficult. That was difficult to sit through that whole 5 hours. Okay. Anybody have any recommendations for the day? Load up the Minecraft. Let's go ahead and get... Just so you know, if you do have video recommendations for me to react to, you can drop them in my Discord server, which should be linked right down below. If you are interested, we can do Lily Alexandre AI video. All right, let me look this up. AI is making us less human. Okay. I'm so down with this.
More wrong about.
Because I love talking about AI. All right. Let's go ahead and get over here.
I have never been more.
Go to here. Bring that up. And pop out chat. And then we can do like that. All right. All right. AI is making us less human by Lily Alexander. While I get the Minecraft opened up. Get that. Is that good? There it goes. Okay.
More wrong about anything than I was about robots. And I thought I was a dude for 15 years. When I was in high school, the topic of
Dude, I feel that already. I already relate to this person so much. I thought I was a dude until I was fucking 22, 23 years old. Holy shit.
artificial humans would
Based.
occasionally come up in my classes or with friends. I remember joining in on a few debates over whether
God,
these
she is
AI
so
cyborgs
pretty.
in the future would be sentient, and if yes, whether humans should grant them rights. At the time, I found myself solidly on the yes side of that argument, and kind of appalled that anyone felt otherwise. How could you deny rights to something that can so clearly think and feel? I couldn't imagine. I advocated fiercely for the protection of these hypothetical humanoids for three simple reasons. In order of release date, The Iron Giant, Wall-E, and Her. Let's be honest, I wasn't out here reading scientific journals. My understanding of artificial intelligence came from the past few decades of pop culture, where being nice to robots had grown into an entire film genre. A couple other classics would be Blade Runner and Ex Machina, though I only saw those a few months ago. The movies in this genre are tirelessly
Trans YouTube is the
committed
shit.
to
Yes.
humanizing
No, when I
machines. The
tell
robots
you,
they showcase are
chat, when I tell you that trans YouTube, like, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the autism. Maybe it's Maybelline. But fucking trans women are just far more, like, I don't know. They're articulated. They are, it's the autism. Can't be anything else. I mean, they're also hot. That helps. Like, they're fucking hot. Like, that easily helps a lot. I should have made a shield before I came down here. But, like, they're articulate. They are fucking brilliant. They are so smart. They are so freaking smart. And they just, like, they just have such a deep understanding of themselves, and it helps, like, them understand other things, you know? So, anyways, oh god, that was not what I wanted to do.
easy to love. They're tender, curious beings who deeply admire the human world. Wall-E lives alone on a barren Earth, but finds company in the human artifacts he collects. The Iron Giant has such respect for life that he sacrifices himself to protect it. These characters also tend to be super expressive, with eyes you can get lost in, and voices that convey deep and nuanced emotion.
Earlier I was thinking about how I was annoyed, and this is gonna sound strange, but I was really excited about that.
All these movies convince us to side with humanoid technology, even over biological humans, because they show us that these constructs are every bit as capable of thought and emotion, and especially of pain. When they hurt, we
Are you
hurt.
telling me that we were
Even
AI
lonely
built
against
from a
their
young
fates,
age?
and wish the humans who abuse them would realize we're all the same. Find me someone who did not cry at the Iron Giant, and I will find you a goddamn liar. These movies hit so hard because, until recently,
True.
fully conscious robots were a far away, abstract possibility to most people. Not one of the movies I've mentioned is realistic about machine learning, but they had no reason to be. These stories weren't really about artificial intelligence. They were about humanizing people we can never fully understand. You know, like women. Or women.
True.
Or
True. True.
women.
Tell
At the
me if
time,
you
this AI
understand. Tell me.
allegory is
Tell me
well-
one of you understands women, and I'll call you a goddamn liar, because I am one and I still don't fucking understand them. All right. Nobody can understand the beautiful mind and the fucked upness of a woman's mind. Like, I don't, nobody can. I don't understand myself. Yeah, no. And that's on purpose. You're not meant to. Oh, hello. Another creeper. You can go over there. Oh, hello. Wait, it thinks it can jump up there. Oops. That almost hurt. Sorry, I had to take care of those creepers.
behind
Get
us
back to
now.
it.
In the span of a single decade, AI has gone from being beautiful robot lady to being all around us, embedded in our daily lives, even when we don't want it to be. Unfortunately, I'm
Very
finding
true.
the sci-fi I grew up on did just about nothing to prepare me for this reality. Debating the future in high school ethics class, we all assumed the biggest questions around AI would have to do with their subjective experience, you know.
I don't
Can
understand
they feel
myself.
pain?
Absolutely.
Do they have souls?
Actually,
As
I
it
think I
turns out,
already
those
read that.
probably aren't the questions we should have been asking. Machine learning algorithms don't have a subjective experience of the world, and depending who you ask, they might never. A metaphor that really clarified this for me is that ChatGPT is basically a really fancy predictive text. It doesn't mean anything it's saying any more than my phone keyboard means. One sec.
Oh!
Where Ex Machina's Ava builds an identity for herself out of interests and ambitions, real life machine learning algorithms can't
my God.
experience desire or pain or
We're gaming.
pleasure. They're complicated stats tools, and putting them in a robotic body doesn't change anything. But getting familiar with the robots that have hit the market in recent years, it's easy to forget that. When companies develop interactive consumer robotics, whether artificially intelligent or not, they add features they know will
check your
trigger
PC.
human empathy. Cute
okay.
names, small.
I'll open up my resource pack thing, but I need you to understand, I have not touched this folder, and I've been transferring my Minecraft world since I was like 14. Look at that. Nothing. We're clean. We're clean. We're clean, chat. We ain't no cheater up in here.
Innocent looking faces, expressive body
I'm not gonna lie, I
language,
thought I
and
had an
depth of
X-ray
evidence.
texture pack in
This
there
raises
somewhere.
the question,
Oh, I'm gonna show you
if there
another
are no
one.
grounds for empathy, nothing conscious to be empathized with, why make us do it anyway? Why persuade us to treat products like they're sentient? The short answer, which you've already guessed, is that it makes more money this way. The
True.
long answer is pretty troubling.
Oh god. Is AI making us less human?
So there are
Oh
loads
god.
of
I just got
applications for
goosebumps,
human-like
chat. I got
technology.
goosebumps.
The most mundane, which I'm sure you're familiar with, is labor replacement. Chatbots replacing customer service reps, self-checkouts replacing cashiers, and so on. The economic side of this is rightfully a big topic right now, but I want to hone in on how this rising technology makes us feel. We'll start in the world of robotics. I think labor replacement robots are pretty much inevitable as companies try their best to pay as few people as possible, as little as possible. But the design of these robots is not a foregone conclusion. As it turns out, projecting likable personalities onto these robots has a huge impact on how the public receives them. More and more of these are being deployed in public spaces, like Uber's new food delivery robots, and these occasionally require human cooperation. If they look cute, people might be more willing to help out when they get stuck.
Oh my god, we were just driving and we noticed this little drone delivery guy. And now he's stuck. We have to help him. Let's help him.
Taking it a step further, some robots, like the police quadrupeds, are deployed for dogshit evil reasons and are lucky if they don't get sabotaged.
Yep.
Being likened to a living creature seems to make people hesitate to vandalize them or respond more harshly if someone else does. Anytime someone makes the news for treating a robot poorly, which admittedly is not often, that behavior is held up as a sign of some deep moral ugliness within them, as if they had done the same to an actual living being. In 2017, a story made waves
like-
about a
It's so funny because I feel like, oh my god, wait. Oh my god, like, fuck. Okay, never mind. Sorry, Pretty Woman. I got distracted. But like, I feel like it's like the same thing where it's like, I don't know. You shoot a police officer in self-defense and people act like it's like the worst thing in the world, but you really just like, I don't know, did society a favor? Okay, maybe that was in bad taste, but I thought it was funny. No, but more realistically, it's like when it's funny because I almost feel like they treat like that would mean that they typically are treating robots with more respect and more humanity than they treat like African American people, like black people. Like, I don't know. Anybody else feel like that's a little bit weird? I don't know.
a sex robot that was a subject of a transgression that I don't know how to describe. The word vandalism is accurate, but it doesn't feel like enough to describe an attack on something that looks like a human. Reporters said that a group of men molested this robot when it was on display at an arts and technology festival, leaving it badly damaged and needing thousands of dollars of repairs. The feminist internet was disgusted at this act and held it up as a reminder that sexual violence is ultimately about exercising power. And I agreed with this evaluation. Symbolically, this is horrifying. But at the same time, it is actually just property damage, right? It's kind of remarkable how quickly feminists banded together to defend the honor of a $5,000 sex robot.
And yet, TERFs won't do it with trans women. Fucking TERFs. Anybody else just like hate TERFs? I don't know. Just me? I don't know.
Humanization tactics can get us to imbue even pretty gross technology with humanity, forgetting that they're actually just proxies for corporations. Imparting humanity into these products means not standing up for police brutality machines and gig economy labor
That didn't happen.
and fake women who can't say no, as if any of these things have a right to exist in the first place. When we assign living traits to robots, we tend to
That didn't
upgrade
happen.
mistreatment of them from property damage up to assault, because we can imagine ourselves in their position. And the movie
that skeleton
Airdoll
fucked me
tells
over.
a pretty similar story to this. It's all about humanizing a woman the rest of the world sees
Yeah,
as
that
an
was a big L.
object. And it's easily my favorite movie I've mentioned today. You should watch it. Okay, that's my little soapbox moment. Follow me on Letterboxd. Logically, we know no one actually gets hurt when a robot is damaged or feels loved when we treat one well, but we can't resist looking at it this way. Studies have found that humans will project consciousness onto just about any robot, even ones that aren't designed to be lifelike. Traits as simple as being able to move or being vulnerable to harm trigger our human impulses to nurture and protect. Adding in traits that we find cute, like big eyes or heads that tilt, only intensifies this effect. A great article called Cuteness as a Dark Pattern in Home Robots was the basis for a lot of this section, and it suggests that robots looking cute encourages people to treat them as a little member of their family. A robot's owner can find themselves taking on a role similar to a parent or older sibling.
Taking on the role of caregiver or protector appears to situate the user in a position of power or mastery over the robot, including raising the robot within the context of the family. Indeed,
I don't
the
know how to get
marketing
back.
discourse that surrounds the introduction of home robots onto the commercial market communicates this as a unique selling point.
Pretty sure I have
The
to go over
robot will
here.
grow alongside you and your family, becoming its own distinct personality.
When a piece of technology seems cute and non-threatening, humans get the impression that we have power over them, and we want to exercise that power responsibly. Really, the opposite is true. These traits are manipulation tactics, fine-tuned by the developers to make people interact with their products in profitable ways. When robots feel familiar, trustworthy, we're willing to let them in. We show them
Uh-oh.
more of ourselves than we might be comfortable doing otherwise. This is beneficial, among other reasons, because it gets us to hand over a lot of data about our lives. A pretty chilling example of this manipulation comes a little later in the same article.
Because they operate within the domestic environment, these robots will be
We're a little
ideally
stuck,
placed to
chat.
capture new sets of data in new situations. As a specific design example, the exaggeratedly large and emotive eyes that typify cuteness are also, for a robot, the front for their recognition and recording technologies. The cute appeal of
Can
the
we make
eyes
it?
works to draw
That's
the
the real
user
question.
in, while the interaction produces
Fuck!
data for collection.
I think it's
I should have just
beautiful
been
that
smart
humans
and
can
brought a
extend
bucket.
care to anything, including machines,
Oh
just because they remind us of living
no.
creatures. It points to something special about consciousness, our capacity to see parts of ourselves all over this world. Humans recognize our own faces in wood
Oh,
grain
God.
and wall sockets. Anywhere we go, we can find things worthy of love and
I
attention.
yeah, now I have to
The
go
tech
over here.
industry, though, seems to view our humanity as a weakness to exploit. Their machines extract our kindness for their own ends and offer only momentary convenience in return. Clean floors or
Ow.
voice-controlled
Oh
lights
god.
or
Oh,
whatever.
okay.
But they can never
I might be
reciprocate the
fucked.
compassion we show them. I'd argue that corporations quietly gathering our personal data is always dehumanizing, and this is the worst imaginable version of that. Our private interactions get absorbed, reduced to mere data points, and then used to sell us shit. It's deceptive, it's vulgar. It's not what people think they're signing up for when they buy a little gadget to put on their desk. Thankfully, there is a limit to how
Chat,
much
I
these
think we
devices
might
can
be
influence
cooked.
us right now. People with robots in their homes have at least opted into them, even if they don't fully understand the gravity of that decision. And to be fair, the love for delivery robots or Boston Dynamics quadrupeds is far from unanimous.
My dog
If
is
you check the
losing
comments
his
under any
shit.
of their tech demos,
Oh,
there's
there's
a
some
decent
comments
chance the
for
top
me.
one says, like, we should kick them. In terms of empathetic seeming technology, what concerns me more right now is artificial intelligence, and specifically generative AI that mimics humans. The kind of technology behind ChatGPT
Oh, we're
and
so
TikTok
cooked.
voice filters and
What's going on,
Shiba
Katara?
Inu
That is inappropriate. That is an inappropriate way to ask for things, Cooper. Do you need to go outside? Here's Cooper. Hi, Katara. I gotta go let my dog out really quick. Give me a second. Let's go. He's still got another almost 2 hours. Yeah, chat, we might be cooked. We might be cooked here. It might be Jover for our stuff. Cause I can't see shit. Plus my Oh. Apparently we have a mini map. Okay. Oh, fuck. You're like, what, 5 minutes after death to go get our stuff? That's cool. Right now I'm trying to get all my shit done for graduation. Hell yeah. Congratulations on getting ready for graduation. I know Autumn's going to be graduating here very soon, so I'm very excited for her as well. All the homies are growing up. Sometimes I forget that I'm so much older than you guys. I graduated like a year and a half ago. I'm an old mamma jamma, and I'm going to Florida. I'm gonna miss you. I'm gonna cry, actually. Actually, I think... Actually, this looks familiar. No, it doesn't. Yeah, I think it's cooked. I think it's cooked. It's Fossil ain't saying shit. Oh, man. Oh. It's alright. You're not that old, I promise. I have no friggin' clue where any of my stuff is. I know it says latest death right there, but that's not my actual latest death. Okay. Hell yeah, lava cast. We gotta get up there. I just saw a herd of white girls talking about boys and holding their 40-ounce bottles of water. Oh, Jesus. They gotta, stay hydrated. Okay, so we have like a minute and a half before this stuff disappears. I need to lock in chat. Give me a second. We gotta find the torches. Why didn't I just look for the friggin' torches? Okay, we got some torches over here. I don't think that's where it was. The video. Oh, ding dong. Oh, my bad.
Drawings you've ever seen. Arguably, I shouldn't even be calling it artificial intelligence. See this video by Angela Collier, but it's just what everyone calls them, sorry. If generative AI were to pull off a similar trick as robots, hijacking human empathy and persuading us to trust it, anyone could use that for anything they wanted. Of course, AI generated writing, images, speech, and video are already all around us, and people already mistake them for the real deal regularly. It's already getting pretty bad out here. But if generative
Oh my
media
God.
made the leap to also coming off as sincere and kind, how much worse could things get? In propaganda, in discourse, in advertising, consider the power of a good lie told well. Would you buy a skincare product if a funny, gorgeous, deep-faked woman sang its praises? Or could a heartbreaking sob story alongside pictures of a person in a hospital bed persuade you to fund the medical expenses of someone who doesn't actually exist? Oh, thinking about this too long breaks my brain. Thankfully, likability is one of the few things AI-generated media doesn't have going for it right now. It may be quite easy to use AI tools to generate text, pictures, and video that seem like they're made by a human, but the imaginary human in question fucking sucks.
Hello, world. My name is Anna Indiana, and I'm so excited to share my music with you. Betrayed by this town, let's tear it all down. We're all just destined to fall. I've lost it all. Betrayed by this town, let's tear it all down.
Earlier this year, Adobe rolled out a suite of AI-driven enhancement tools for podcasting. Its most impressive feature is something called Enhanced Speech. You drop in your badly recorded audio, and within minutes, it spits out a file that's cleaned up better than most people could dream of doing themselves. This is not an ad, I'm about to say some mean stuff. When I learned of this tool, I had just recorded a video called Everything is Sludge, Art in the Post-Human Era. It was about a genre of video called content sludge, which, for whatever reason, I decided to project directly onto my face. We filmed that video in a big, echoey room. My mic was halfway down my torso, and the projector was really quite loud. When I got to editing, I realized the audio we captured was borderline unusable, just noisy and awful. First off, each type of clip that gets used is familiar to anyone who's been on TikTok or its competitors. Since I begrudgingly pay for an Adobe Creative Cloud subscription, I realized I have premium access to the Enhanced Speech tool. So just to see if it would do anything, I dropped the audio
sounds
track into
okay.
the website and let the AI do its thing. Now, Enhanced Speech is not an audio repair tool in the way you'd imagine. It doesn't take a file and remove bad frequencies or cancel out echo or anything like that. Instead, it's an advanced speech synthesizer. It analyzes the sound file you give it, then goes off on its own and constructs a near perfect clone of your voice from the ground up. I'm at least pretty sure this is the case. Everything I found says so, but Adobe hasn't actually specified how it works. If I'm oversimplifying, I'll add a correction down below. Anyway, the synthesized audio it gave me was a staggering improvement over the original.
Based.
Here's what it sounds like.
A lot of the time, you even know what's going to happen in the show or movie because a text overlay spoils it for you.
Here's the original. That every video kind of feels the same, but it also makes them easier to digest. But despite the tool being really effective, I couldn't bring myself to use the repaired file. I mixed it in at like 20% volume so the shoot would be salvageable, but any higher than that and it really started to freak me out. I'll tell you why.
It offers us a chance at pure consumption, where what's being watched is secondary to the ritual of staring at a screen.
I think I sound less convinced of my words in this version. My voice is a little flatter, a little more detached. Really, it's nearly
Am I ready for the
identical to how
eclipse?
sound.
I
can only
am.
point to a couple actual
And by
mistakes
ready
in the
for it, I
synthesis.
mean I'm going to
The big
probably
thing
not
is,
really pay
it
attention
feels
to
like
it too
some
much.
barely perceptible top layer of my
Because I don't have
presence has
sunglasses,
been
so it's not like I can
scraped
look
off.
at it.
These
I
videos
don't have the
feel
right
like
glasses, so I
AI
can't
we
like
were
look
seeing
at
a couple
it.
years ago.
It's like what algorithms would imagine humans want to see.
The resulting version of my voice is, in my opinion, less sincere.
I have no clue
less
where I died.
trustworthy, and less human. You might think I'm being dramatic here, and I can't blame you. I mean, I hear my voice every day, so I'm really attuned to anything wrong with it, but you might not be. To demonstrate this flattening effect a little more clearly, I thought I'd take things a step further and use AI to recreate all of me. Not just my voice, but my appearance, my mannerisms, everything. Now, deepfaking used to be a complex process, accessible only to the sketchiest of nerds. But here in 2023, it requires zero coding knowledge and takes no more than an
Oh,
hour
wow.
start to
That
finish.
hurt.
All I had to do was send a startup some footage of myself talking. This is me recording training data for an AI avatar of myself. The service I'm using for this is called HeyGen, and they're basically in the business of generating consensual deepfakes for corporations. They say they've already worked with Amazon, NVIDIA, Salesforce, Columbia University, and loads of other prestigious organizations that absolutely
Chat,
could
we're
have just
cooked.
hired someone to talk into a camera instead. HeyGen has given me some pretty specific directions for how my video should look and sound if I want the best results. It should be at least 2 minutes long. I should remain still and speak calmly. I should pause for a little bit in between each sentence, with my lips closed in between. I should make what they call generic hand gestures, but only below chest level. And crucially, I should maintain
I'm going to
eye
rock Total
contact
Eclipse of the
entire
Heart to
time,
test
with no
what everyone
breaks.
says on Facebook.
All these guidelines make sense
Hell
for
yeah.
the kinds of videos HeyGen exists to create.
Ooh, yellow
Professional
boy.
development or customer service videos where expressing personality isn't a big priority. But in adopting this
This is
affect,
spooky.
I really do feel like I've stepped into the shoes of a soulless middle manager at some regional bank. The way I'm being asked to communicate is so restrictive. I don't know how to sound sincere when I'm worrying about accidentally breaking eye contact or moving my hands too high the whole time. It has me thinking about how, even without AI, people are expected to scrub their individual qualities clean so they can best represent the companies they work for. This is really
Yeah, it's
just
Jover.
dehumanization,
It's been like
isn't
5
it?
minutes at least.
I don't know how much of HeyGen's blandness is a flaw, and how much of it is them
Oh,
optimizing
God.
for a corporate landscape that insists it's neutral and non-ideological. Am I trying to say the real soulless robots are us?
Oh
It's a
God, please.
fancy-ass take,
I looked
but
at him on
apparently
accident.
Yes. I have a few more seconds to fill, so I'll add that I'm filming this outside for 2 reasons. Oh, that's not generic. First, it's pretty chilly out here, and I think you can pick up on that. My voice and my body are a little tenser than usual, and of course it's snowing. I'm curious if my avatar will also give the vibe that it's cold, or if that kind of
Oh,
nuance
no.
is out of its reach. Second, Vic is working right now, and we live in a 1-bedroom apartment. This is kind of my only spot. I think it's been about 2 minutes now, so the program should have everything it needs to create a convincing avatar of me. I'll let the Lily avatar read the next section of my script, and you can see for yourself how it performs. Take it away. Hi,
I'm dead.
this is Robot Lily Alexandre. I'll cut to the chase. My screen presence is pretty uncanny. The first thing I noticed is that my mouth looks detached from the rest of my body, like it's just hovering in front of my face. My jaw doesn't really move when I speak. My body jerks and sways a little bit, which I guess is more naturalistic than staying still, but it makes me look like Gigi Good doing an impression of a robot.
Let's move on down here to Maria, the robot. Hi, Maria. What's up, bitch?
There's an arbitrariness to how I'm expressing myself. My hand gestures are totally disconnected from what I'm saying,
so
they
cooked.
don't actually express anything. I insert pauses in a way that emphasizes the wrong words. It makes my delivery totally uniform, in a way reminiscent of TikTok sludge. Every second feels identical to the last, regardless of what words I'm saying. My main gripe with synthesized voices and avatars is that we're totally charmless. We approach every topic with the gravitas of an employee training video or an infomercial, detached enough that you can tell we're reading.
I'm seeing a
from
lot of
script,
diamonds, but I
being
think my
used as a
stuff's gone,
mouthpiece for
y'all.
Some unseen actor.
I think it's cooked.
My screen presence is tolerable,
That's a
which is an
spawner.
achievement in itself, but it also feels completely insincere. I think anyone who's seen me speak before could instantly
Insincere.
tell this avatar is a deepfake, and that's reassuring. But for what it's worth, I watched some avatars of other creators, people I'd never heard of, and found them far more convincing than mine. Familiarity might be an important factor here. I could see this tech being effective on TikTok, where you don't know most of the people you're watching, so you don't have a baseline for how they sound. Thankfully, I can't see anyone successfully
Joker.
using HeyGen for a video essay grift anytime soon. At least not now that James Somerton is gone. I gotta hand it to her. Solid comedic timing. But yeah, the words are legible, everything else is a mess. Unnatural delivery and body language make deepfakes hard to connect with, and only really suitable for cases where sincerity isn't a big concern. Like, HeyGen's avatars work fine for conveying straightforward information. Actually, the CEO's avatar hosts the tutorials that taught me how to
When
use
is
their
the
platform.
eclipse hitting
It
the
was
Midwest?
uncanny.
Anybody
I
know?
didn't like it, but I did learn. Or Google's automated voice assistant can't hold a regular conversation with you, but you can get it to call your salon to book a haircut, exchange some simple details.
Okay, we have a 10 o'clock. 10 a.m. is fine. Okay, what's her first
I
name?
think around 2? Okay.
The first name is Lisa.
It makes sense that current AI is kind of unsympathetic. Nonverbal communication is an intricate web
This
of
is a dead
behaviors that
end.
even most humans don't have a perfect grasp on.
Oh, man.
But it is also kind of a huge bottleneck to how this tech can be used, and an obvious next step for improvement. Right now, text synthesis is better than voice synthesis, and voice is better than video.
Oh!
In part because each one requires more nonverbal skills than the last. I would suspect
My
that
game
full
crashed.
human video will always be worse than text, but I wouldn't suspect it always stays this bad. Right now, a ton of resources,
Think
from
around
Apple
2?
to MIT,
Okay.
are being poured into emotionally intelligent AI design under the banner of effective computing, a specialization valued in the tens of billions of dollars and growing fast. Once AI synthesized video stops being somehow both
I just
a
made all my
novelty
fucking
and
diamond
really
tools,
boring,
too. That's so
we
unfortunate.
could see deepfaked personal trainers, teachers, tutors. I wouldn't be surprised to see something akin to OnlyFans models. They would all be worse, mind you, much worse, but they would also be cheaper, immune to burnout, and never have an off day. Will the AI humanoids of the future catch up to real humans in charisma? And more importantly, here's the part where I get to the point of the video. Given enough iteration, could they eventually surpass us, nailing nonverbal communication and growing more likable than any human? In reconstituting human beings from millions of data points,
My gosh,
anything
there's so many.
immeasurable
So
will
many
always be
axolotls.
lost. True emotion, true belief, aren't things machine learning algorithms will come to understand through data and surreptitiously start experiencing. That's the domain of
Here's the thing:
Wall-E.
is I know exactly
There'll only ever
where.
be mimicry, pastiche, cultural meat grinders that don't understand what they're grinding or why.
Man.
But I really want it to be true that without that deep understanding, no amount of training could show a machine how to mimic a human with an inner life. That no set of algorithms could ever dupe something as complex as sincerity. I worry the next few years will prove me wrong.
Well, you gotta think. You gotta think at some point it gets like if it's this is how good it is now. Like, you gotta think that at some point the technology will improve to the point where it like becomes indistinguishable. Like I really truly think that's the point, is that it will become indistinguishable, and that like we'll be forced to either like, because I think that's why like the smaller YouTubers, like right now is like the smaller YouTubers like dream scenario, because like in any other wait, pause. This looks familiar. Oh, wait, we might be onto something. But like we're at that point now where I truly think that smaller YouTubers are going to end up having an easier time like getting out there, because people are looking for that true connection. I think people are really tired of seeing AI things. So seeing someone who's, you know, not perfect, or oh fuck, this is my nah, yeah, we're cooked. Do we cheat? I want my stuff back, man. I don't want to cheat. I honestly think it's, yeah, I think my stuff's gone. Whatever.
Ted Chiang's short story, Liking What You See, a documentary, mostly concerns a fictional medical intervention called caliagnosia, which makes the people who get it unable to distinguish between physically attractive and unattractive people. The procedure is said to have all sorts of benefits for social equality.
Gotta go to class. See
The
ya. See you
story begins,
later.
the
Thank you for
student
hanging
body
out,
of the
Katara.
university is about to vote
Nice
on
to
a bill
see
make
you.
caliagnosia mandatory for
We
all
gotta hang out soon.
students. The bill is
Absolutely.
controversial,
I'm
but
so down.
ultimately expected to pass. Its most prominent detractors being ad industry lobbyists who rely on superficial beauty to sell people stuff. Here's how one of those lobbyists makes her case.
From the speech netcast by Rebecca Boyer, spokesperson for People for Ethical Nanomedicine, the day before the election.
You might be able to create a pure Cali society in an artificial setting, but in the real world, you're never going to get 100% compliance. And that is Cali's weakness. Cali works fine if everybody has it, but if even one person doesn't, that person will take advantage of everyone else. There'll always be people who don't get Cali, you know that. Just think about what those
Don't
people
get
could
Cali?
do. A manager could promote more attractive employees and demote ugly ones, and you won't even notice. A teacher could reward attractive students and punish ugly ones, but you won't be able to tell. All the discrimination you hate could be taking place without you even realizing. Of course, it's possible those things won't happen, but if people could always be trusted to do what's right, no one would have suggested Cali in the first place. In fact, the people prone to such behavior are liable to do it even more once there's no chance of their getting caught. If you're outraged by that sort of lookism, how can you afford to get Cali? You're precisely the type of person who's needed to blow the whistle on that behavior, but if you've got Cali, you won't be able to recognize it. If you want to fight discrimination, keep your eyes open.
Although Boyer's argument here is nothing
That's like one of the
revolutionary,
big arguments against, like, especially like color, like being quote unquote colorblind, is that, like, if you're not able to see that someone has a different, like, skin color than you, we're just going in circles at this point. Yeah, we're fudged. It's all fudged. Wait, it's down here. But, like, that's one of the primary issues with things like claiming that you're quote unquote, like, I'm colorblind, I don't see race, is that if you truly are colorblind, then you're just blinding yourself to the terrible ways that people are treated when you're not around. Bunch of pink ones. I mean, by now my stuff's definitely despawned, right? I feel like it's got to have despawned by now. That's so fucking unfortunate. Okay.
something about her plea strikes a chord with the student body. In a total upset, the formerly popular bill is voted down by a landslide. We soon learn that the speech alone didn't do it, or more accurately, the speech didn't do it alone. The spokeswoman had the help of a new technology that concerns only that intangible top layer of charisma.
In the latest developments regarding the Pembleton Caliagnosia initiative, EduNews has learned that a new form of digital manipulation was used on the netcast of PEN spokesperson Rebecca Boyer's speech. EduNews has received files from the Semiotech warriors that contain what appear to be the two recorded versions of the speech, an original acquired from the Wyatt Hayes computers and the netcast version. The files also include the Semiotech analysis of the differences between the two versions. The discrepancies are primarily enhancements to Ms. Boyer's voice intonation, facial expressions, and body language. Viewers who watched the original version rate Ms. Boyer's performance as good, while those who watched the edited version rate her performance as excellent, describing her as extraordinarily dynamic and persuasive. Based on their analysis, the Semiotech warriors believe that Wyatt Hayes has developed new software capable of fine-tuning paralinguistic cues in order to maximize the emotional response evoked in viewers. This dramatically increases the effectiveness of recorded presentations, and its use in the PEN netcast is likely what caused many supporters of the Kali-Agnosia initiative to change their votes. Walter Lambert, president of the National Kali-Agnosia Association.
In my entire career, I've met only a couple people who have the kind of charisma they gave Miss Boyer in that speech. People like that radiate a kind of reality distortion field that lets them convince you of almost anything. You feel moved by their very presence. You're ready to open your wallet or agree to whatever they ask.
Sorry about that, chat. I have returned. And it's all over because my stuff has 100% despawned, so I'm just getting back up to the surface.
It's not until later that you remember all the objections you had. But by then, often as not, it's too late. And I am truly frightened by the prospect of corporations being able to generate that effect with software.
Now, of course, the story is just a thought experiment, and AI thought experiments are known to go off the rails at times, but it doesn't feel all that implausible to me. I can already feed some startup a video of myself and have them rebuild it from the ground up. The fact that it sucks right now is obviously the next hurdle to overcome. Who's to say if
okay, so if I was here,
this won't also be able to create a version of me with
I just want to find where the fuck I was.
Screen presence.
I liked that
videos,
caving
but I'm
area.
prone to getting tense on camera and flubbing my lines. So the version of me you see here is a little stressed, a little manufactured. What if one day a synthesized version of me seems more like me than I do? Every discussion about digital media.
I got a piece of gold right there.
Hyper reality. It's a big word for something everyone understands intuitively. Sometimes an incomplete representation of a thing gets mistaken for the real deal. Rom-coms give us unrealistic ideas about love, photo retouching has convinced us human
No, I give
skin
up.
is
I'm just going back up to the
unnatural, and
surface.
porn has changed how people have actual real-life sex. We live in a world of symbols, abstractions, representations, and in comparison, the world of tasks and senses can start to feel dull. I'm not really worried about AI. We've anticipated the questions it raises about subjective experience and personhood. We've explored them in some of the most beloved media of the past century. What I'm worried about is humans. If AI creations manage to mimic the essence of humanity, even a fraction of the time they try to, what happens to the trust between people? I was ready for computers to start passing the Turing test. I wasn't ready for humans to start failing it.
Last year, Fareed published a paper with the psychologist Sophie J. Nightingale, showing that an artificial neural network is able to concoct faces that neither humans nor computers can identify as simulated. Ominously, people found those synthetic faces to be trustworthy. In fact, we trust the quote-unquote average faces that AI generates more than the irregular ones that nature does.
The rise of AI-generated media
That's fucking
has
crazy.
turned me against real human expression in a way that makes me feel ashamed. As the two grow increasingly hard to tell apart, I don't know how to condemn one without condemning the other. When I see a picture of hands, I reflexively count the fingers now, a kind of scrutiny I've never needed to apply to people's bodies before. If a video I'm watching has voiceover that sounds kind of stilted, I immediately suspect it of being AI, at which point nothing it says matters to me anymore. But like, what if it's not? What if I've just dismissed the real voice of an entire human being as worthless? I notice I've been looking at digital art with less appreciation and more suspicion, getting close and thinking, would a real artist really do it that way? Not too long ago, someone showed me some art they found online because they thought I would like it. I gave it a quick look and immediately dismissed it as AI generated, which really hurt their feelings, not least because I was wrong. A person made it. I'm probably wrong about these things like a quarter of the time now. I don't want people to become that thing I look on with prejudice, that replicant, that iron giant.
I'm learning my lesson,
Misreading
chat.
their
I'm
deeply
making
felt emotion
a
is
shield.
Measured and manipulative. I hate that any resistance to human-like AI seems to require me deciding who I humanize and who I don't, and that this inevitably winds up dehumanizing people who've done nothing to deserve it. Even my own humanity doesn't feel safe. Right now it's easy enough to hand-wave away some shitty voiceover, but one day a synthesized voice might take me by surprise and deliver a passage so well it deepens my relationship to the text. What do I do if this happens? Should I flatten my own response, tell myself it didn't resonate to hold steady in my grudge? One day, deprived of other options, I might confide in an automated therapist and find myself genuinely comforted by its gaze, my perspective changed by its insights. Is the noble option here to resist manipulation, pretend nothing happened, and go through life just as miserable as before? I don't think so. If this kind of technology ever comes, it'll exploit the parts of myself I hold dearest, my openness, my care. But I don't want to turn my back on those for any reason. I don't want to become immune to the thrill of surprise. I don't want to sever myself from maybe the last surface level qualities that'll set me apart from the machines. If experiences like these come, I think I'll have to give in, but with some caveats. In resisting lifelike technology, we don't need to.
Are you playing on a
resist our
server?
emotions.
No.
We can acknowledge that
I'm playing
the
on a
robots
single
are
player world.
cute, and the humanoids sometimes stumble into insights without ceding that they are like us in any way or have any right to protection. Any significance we find in these things belongs to us and only us. It's meaning people create out of little sounds and gestures and intonation because we are inquisitive and empathetic creatures. Partly as a pushback to the encroachment of inhumans into human culture, I want to double down on my commitments to the intangible, the conceptual, the contextual, the fanatical, the irrational. I could go on. There are so many adjectives. I want to take full advantage of the richness of perspective that comes from being alive and invested in the world. An experience I still don't think can be faked. That'll hopefully keep me sane for the moment, but it won't be enough.
I need coal. I need to
Until
go
the
back up.
economies that govern our lives are anything close to democratic, artificial intelligence and empathetic technology more broadly will be another tool the powerful use to lie to us, pacify us, and turn us against each other. I believe, and I hope, we can build a system where the benefits of automation are equally distributed across all people and nations. But until that world comes to be, dear viewer, take this as my vow. I will not shun my nature. I will not numb myself to the living world. And with an unkillable love for humankind, from now until the day I die, I will kick every last robot dog I see.
Oh my god. Oh, hello. I don't know if this is copyright or not. I gotta turn it off for a second.
Interested in how AI is shaping culture, but it's not a secret that I am no
I love that
expert on the
background.
topic. I'm not really an expert on anything. My research process for these videos involves like talking to friends with degrees and reading lots of scientific papers. But above all, it's a lot of Googling. Annoyingly, I found that doing research on AI has gotten a fair bit harder over the last year because half the articles on the topic are written by ChatGPT and hosted on sketchy websites I've never heard of. This isn't just true of AI either. It's gotten increasingly hard to tell what sources to trust on any topic, and who might have motives or interests they're concealing. With that said, what if I told you the internet doesn't just have to get worse forever? By genuine but very convenient coincidence, this video is sponsored by Ground News, who are doing their part to combat misinformation online. Ground News is a website and app that aggregates news stories from
Okay, so thoughts on that video? Honestly, I mean, I thought it was very compelling. It was a very well-made video. Holy shit. Lily is gorgeous, first of all. I don't think she will ever see this ever in her life, but you're very pretty, and I want to look like you. But also, but in all seriousness, amazing video. It was so well made. I have, like, my own fears when it comes to, like, AI, and it's, like, mainly about, where the fuck is all the coal? Here's some. Like, my primary issues revolve around, like, being, like, obviously replaced. But I also understand, like, the utility of having, like, AI be available. Because I think it breaks down as many barriers as it puts up, you know? Like, obviously there is it's like, there needs to be stipulations to it where there's, like, you can't make an AI that is, you know... I think, honestly, what would help is making it illegal to make an AI that passes the Turing test. Like, because I think that AI is great and all until it begins to replace real human beings. And I mean, you can have AI art all you want. You can have your, you know, whatever you want in terms of, like, that. And obviously I have, I mean, I've used AI for a lot of things. I use it to help give ideas for video titles. I'm pretty sure this is where I died. Somewhere around here. Because it was in a pool of water. I got blown up by a creeper because I got shot into it by a skeleton. But, like, in all reality, I feel like, yes, AI is a scary thing because it can end up becoming too indistinguishable. You're my friend now. The question is, do we get AI from Cherry 2000 or Terminator? That is very true. I'm actually going to let this guy go for a second, just so I can... Oh! Okay. Just so I can get that, and then we're going to pick him back up. Let's actually go up here. I think I saw a torch up here. Oh, anyways. I've given up on my old stuff. It's gone. But... you have to think like from like a perspective of it's not necessarily, I'm not scared of the AI itself. I'm scared of the people who will be in control of that AI. Because the people who are in control of that AI are the people who are going to determine whether we get AI from Cherry 2000 or AI from Terminator. And that's really what's so scary about it, is that there is no real telling as to which one we're gonna get until we get there. Like, until we already have it. So, I don't know. Though having robots that go back in time to kill people, that would also mean that we have time travel, which would be interesting. You know what would be cool? Is if, what if there was like a stipulation to time travel that you can only go back to a time in which the time machine existed already? Which is why time travelers haven't come back in time. That's my favorite theory when it comes to that. Was it right here? I keep trying to look for my stuff, and I know it's gone. So it's scary for sure. I mean, give me a woman I can program and I'm on. Oh my gosh. Space, I don't know how to react to you sometimes. But yeah, that was an awesome video. Thank you for the recommendation, Quadamole. I think you were the one that... Yeah. Thank you, Quadamole, for the recommendation on the video. It was very fun to watch. Let's find another one. Oh, hey, who's that? That's me. The feminist to far right pipeline. So also Lily Alexander. I want to save that one. Wait. Let's save to watch later.
I have never been more wrong about.
God! God! Why can't you look like that? Sorry. Sorry, chat. Sorry. Oh, conservative comedy destroyed my life. I watched this with T, so it's not like it wouldn't be a raw reaction. The arc that broke My Hero Academia. How does that sound? I've been watching this show since I was in like high school.
Here we go. Who could it be? It's me, Austin. Oh, son of a bitch. What?
My Hero Academia.
Oh boy.
How the tables have turned. If you have been paying any attention to the manga sphere at all, you might have noticed one thing about Koi Horikoshi's hit shonen manga. Namely, that a lot of these recent chapters have been getting mixed reception. How did a popular darling like My Hero get to a point where each and every one of its plot points gets hyper-scrutinized and broken down? Were any enthusiasm regarding the series as being overshadowed by a general air of either cynicism or aggressive defensiveness? I cannot and will not speak for anyone else, but in my case, MHA has lost a lot of what made it special, and the more mixed reactions to its final arc give me some degree of confidence that I am not just entirely insane. Thus, I want to indulge in this general negative vibe a bit in order to figure out and elaborate on why, how, and when MHA lost the plot, figuratively and literally. One arc in particular stands out as the moment MHA broke, in my opinion. Spoilers for the manga, obviously.
Luckily, I don't read the manga.
I guess we should first define what broke and broken even means in this context. Has the story turned into an unintelligible mess? No, not really. Value judgments aside, the narrative is still functional and fulfills the criteria of being, well, a story. Has the financial revenue of the series crashed then? Also no. In fact, the volumes are selling way higher than they ever did. So how can a story that still functions and still sells hundreds of thousands of books be broken? Maybe to you, it cannot. But to me, a story simply being functional isn't enough.
Oh man.
And money doesn't really matter to me when I try to assess how I perceive quality. It's just kind of not important to me. What I mean when I say MHA is broken is that it has lost something crucial, a codifying style of pacing, structure, and payoff that up until a certain point was the core of its identity, at least to me. MHA is broken because it lost that something that made it special, that made it My Hero Academia. So I guess we better get around to describing what that something actually is. This is obviously going to be very subjective, but to me, what made MHA special was a specific intersection of three elements: preparation, deliberation, and consequence, as well as the intense singular focus each of them received. Now, all three of these are present in any good story, but their specific mix was what made MHA special to me. The majority of the series was structured in a way where current events were always preparing future events in a clear and deliberate manner, to then follow up on them with believable and interesting consequences. The second element, deliberation, is especially crucial here. There was always a point, a purpose to the various narrative beats, purpose which was founded on solid planning and the willingness to make those beats have lasting impacts. And most importantly, that
I fucking love the background music. It's fucking amazing.
For the sake of progressing the story, not just to move forward, but because there was something interesting to be said here. Let's look at this structure through an actual example, or rather, a question. Why was it Ida and Todoroki who fought alongside Deku in the Stain arc? Dumb question, because those are the characters the author put there, duh. But why them, specifically? The Stain arc is so early on, it could have been anyone else's brother who got hurt. It didn't need to be Tensei. You could have literally just made a brother up. At this point, we hadn't really seen most of the families. And of Deku's classmates, any one of them could have come to help out. Todoroki was not the only possible candidate. This is where deliberation comes in. There are established and narratively important reasons for it to be these two, and these two only. Ida is fairly sneakily but nonetheless directly established to be well off. His family is a central pillar of generational heroism, and also filthy rich. His familial
of course he's
legacy
filthy
thus
rich.
represents an outwardly ideal heroic dynasty, which is the perfect target for Stain's solo crusade. By harming Tensei and accusing him as a vestige of the system's corruption, Stain threatens to destroy Ida's whole framework of what heroism really is, and also attacks a core institution of heroism at large. At the same time, he is not wrong. The Ida have gotten very wealthy off of a profession which pretends to be generally altruistic. This is a conflict Ida struggles to internally resolve, a conflict which is as much about what it means to carry a legacy as it is about heroism as a whole, a conflict which leads him down the path of attempted revenge. This clearly cannot stand. He needs to be stopped, saved by someone who can directly empathize with the weight of expectations, legacy, and emotional conflict. Oh, hey, Todoroki.
Oh, look at
Shoto
that.
is
Crazy.
primed perfectly to help Ida because his shaky relationship to his father asks many similar questions, but also because he has recently learned to overcome them slightly thanks to Deku. So, through this specific, seemingly random combination of characters, multiple narrative ideas are paid off in ways that feel natural and believable, without centering entirely on Deku, but still being an indirect result of his actions. He saved Shoto, which allowed Shoto to save Ida. And as a result, not only do the boys survive, they walk away with an increased sense of responsibility and self-reflectiveness, which causes both change and turmoil in all of them. So, we have preparation, the established narrative traits of these characters and events, which beckons deliberation, the specific positioning of these characters within events that allow their traits to shine, which in turn causes consequence, the behavioral lessons learned as well as the more critical look onto the hero's system. This example is a microcosm of how the majority of MHA used to function. By establishing aspects of its story and characters, sometimes explicitly, sometimes sneakily, the series prepared a sort of itemized list of who cares about what topic and why. So then, when a story beat brings up ideas and themes that intersect with something pre-established, the series goes out of its way to have them link up and reverberate through the story. This structure is not revolutionary by any means, but it nonetheless made for an extremely satisfying reading and viewing experience, because it felt like you were being rewarded for paying attention and keeping track of who, what, and where, since that knowledge allowed you to predict and theorize in ways that felt tangible, less like you were grasping at straws and more like you were playing chess against the author and keeping up. A story being predictable isn't by itself good, but a story being engaging and exciting to try and predict generally is. It makes you feel like part of the entire process. And when a prediction became fact, or even just very likely, you could revel in the possible consequences that plot point would have, as the story put strong emphasis on the long-term impact of its own plot points. From huge paradigm shifts like All Might's fight at Kamino to tiny mini-stories like Deku's hands, it always felt like every moment of the story mattered. And seeing these moments click together to create a web of narratives that was founded on diligent preparation, deliberate writing, and consistent consequence made the story just very cool and interesting to follow.
I lost my
And then
shovel.
it fell apart.
Oh, no I didn't.
Now, let's be clear here. This structure I just laid out wasn't 100% consistent all of the time. It was a core aspect of the series often enough that you'd get used to it, but that doesn't mean there weren't a few duds and non-conforming elements. In fact, not only did those duds exist, but they gradually became more frequent as we approach the arc that broke the series. A great example of that is Kurogiri, whose twist has all of its prep work and actual substance outsourced to a spin-off, and thus doesn't conform to the model we created. And there are numerous other examples, because at the end,
Why
this is
are there
just
so
a
many
model.
fucking
This is
creepers?
me, a random dude, trying to make sense of something after the fact. However, even so, these instances remain fairly rare and mostly concerned with smaller, less central parts of the narrative, while the heavy hitters still followed this 3-ingredient recipe. In fact, its strongest example came right on the cusp of the breaking point. Dabi. I will just go out and say it. To me, Dabi's dance and its associated flashbacks are the last part of MHA's old identity. One final hurrah before everything changed. But what a send-off it is. So meticulously prepared that everyone predicted it years before it happened, and yet so narratively deliberate and impactful that it was still hype as shit. Years and years of build-up and careful planning gave way to a stage where all the pieces, Endeavor, Hawks, the war, were in just the right, deliberate position for the trigger to be pulled and for the reveal to have massive effects on the already beaten and battered hero system. Dabi had been, for the last few months, shown to be so much smarter and much more dangerous than he let on until then, and he was ready to enact his revenge. It was this structure's greatest hit, and should have been another paradigm shift just like Kamino. It was delightful. But as we were getting ever closer to the breaking point, this did not last. And while the war arc went on for a few more chapters, the style already began to shift towards a new signature structure, one which to me has become synonymous with the arc that broke MHA. Villain Hunt.
Yes, I know the official start of the arc is a few chapters later, but shush, this is my video.
Before we even enter the main arc properly, things start changing already. After spending years to build up Dabi, going as far as hinting at larger plans beyond just his revenge.
Okay. Look, I'm not gonna watch this whole video. Because I get where he's going. I get where he's going. Because it's at the point now where everything that's there, it feels like there's no payoff anymore. It really does. Like, with each individual chapter, I'm not going to sit here and watch a full hour of this because, like, I get it. But at the same time, you also have to think that when it comes to something like... when it comes to something like that, to something like My Hero, like, the story is starting to wrap up. There's only so many things that can have the payoffs that are going to be as substantial as they were before. Unless you wanted to create a Naruto-like syndrome where you're constantly re-upping old stories, or you have so much like, My Hero is not built, like, the world of My Hero is not built in the same way that Naruto's is, or Dragon Ball Z's is, where, like, there's a timeline, and it's set at the very beginning of the show, where basically you know that between now and the end of the story, Deku is going to become the world's #1 hero, right? And we're at that point now where there's only so many things left you can do unless you really want to start digging into people's backstories. And I mean, from what I heard, they're going to do that in Season 7. But to what extent? Right? Oh my god. Reese's Peanut Butter Chocolate Bunny? Mmm. I feel that My Hero Academia's war arc would have been better had they not held back on who dies. Because so many more people should have died.
Twitch is also banned. I think that they banned CSGO gambling too, right?
One sec.
Yeah. And so I wanted to watch a video about that to kind of see what all happened. This is kind of a longer video, but I do kind of want to see it. Bonus. Ooh. Wow.
What? Oh, it's right here.
I think gambling is fine, but the only problem is when you have kids and...
You know, I don't know what the age limit is for people that watch me, so I'm not trying to promote that to little kids.
Being 15, 16, it got recommended to me on YouTube. But...
Make sure to use my promo code to get 50 cents for free, which means you can already open your first case.
Signed by Steve.
Look, before this video even starts, gambling is fucked. Gambling is fucked. I honestly, whenever I look at things like that, I immediately think of what are my true odds and what are my true capabilities here? Because you're putting your money into a wheel spin. A wheel spin determines where your money goes in that moment. That's it. You're screwing yourself because you're putting money into a fucking spinning wheel, and if it hits, it doubles your money, right? But say it's like let's even go on a 50-50. Either it happens or it doesn't. You put all your chips on black. You spin and it hits red. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how much money you put on it. It's gone.
There's no verification.
In a 12-year-old's mind, big chance.
12 years old?
Yes. I was 12.
Quite safe to assume that they do not have any licenses.
There is so much gamble promotions. I do get temptation whenever I.
Well, this is the thing, right? Is that this is where we're at. A lot of people are saying that esports might not really be viable if you don't have gambling sponsors, because a lot of people aren't sponsoring and aren't investing into esports the same way they used to.
Play CSGO or watch CSGO.
You're not considered an online gambling platform.
It might be a loophole, but this has existed for a long time and is the way the law is written.
That's actually one of the big driving.
And they need to close the loophole.
It is my bank account. 11 cents in my checking account, 48 cents in my savings account. Actually, just yesterday I spent the remaining $1,500 because I'm a degenerate gambler. How can I go to my mom and be like, hey, yeah, you know, I have no money. And the reason is because I gambled it.
And look, that's the problem, is that I am smart enough to not get trapped in that feedback loop of forcing myself to reason. If you have to reason with yourself to get yourself to gamble, you shouldn't be gambling. You're like, oh, I'll win big and I'll earn all my money back. No. Never fall into a gambler's fallacy. What game do I want to play while we're watching this?
I don't think I could ever tell them because of how embarrassed I am of it.
So you just keep depositing and then you go, oh, I shouldn't have done that. I lost
That's
control.
just stupid. Like, I get that people are addicted to gambling, and I think that there should be some level of regulation around this. But
right.
Regulation's never going to cover every place in the world. Like, you're always going to, like, there will always be places that are going to scam you out of your money. And at a certain point, you as an individual have to exercise your own personal discretion because the government can't protect you from...
Exactly. Like, it can't protect you always. And people who go for that rush are exactly the reason why it's going to struggle, you know? So,
from every single bad thing. Like, that's just how it is. And I know that people, like, are saying, like, oh, you're making excuses for him. I'm not. Like, it's just the truth. Like, I'm not wrong about this. It's just that even in these places where it's illegal to do it, people use VPNs. They use proxies. They use anything. Like, they're gonna do it if they're gonna do it. And I think that people that make these decisions, there needs to be a level of accountability that they hold. Because at the end of the day, this person at one point in their life made the decision to start gambling. I feel like in a lot of places, like growing up, did you guys not learn that gambling was bad? I feel like a lot of people learn that. Like, don't gamble, you'll lose your fucking money. And if you grow up with it, that's all you see. There's a lot of people that grow up with bad things and then they're able to overcome the circumstances. And I'm not saying that, like, listen, of course things are going to be harder for some people than other people, but at the
okay, look. Wait, no, that's the one I wanted. Look, at the end of the day, like, yeah, you have to practice self-discretion, but also just because, like, I don't know, you're free to do whatever the fuck you want with your money. But I think it should be especially important that we keep people from running into it at an early age, like kids and such, you know? Like, that's the most important part to me. I kind of don't want to do reacts today. I kind of want to play zombies with my friend, but he's not answering me. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Wait, is my other friend playing it? Are they playing together? Oh my god. Fuck. Ugh. Fucking attacked me. Oh god. We're checking the homie, seeing if he wants to play. He's online, he's in-game, he's not answering me. Alright. We're just gonna be listening to some music for a second. Actually, let's see if I can just... What if I can just, like, open his game? What if I can just join it? Oh! He's away. Wait, let me shoot him a text. Ow. Just pulled my hair really bad. That did not feel good. I hate that you can't skip the Activision logo at the beginning. Oh. He is in a game. He's just not talking to me. I understand. I'm being ignored. Rest in peace. Alright. My message is being checked by mods because they made a remark about your friend not answering. What? One sec. Twitch.tv.
Son will be seen.
Yeah, no, I don't see it. I guess we can go to creator dashboard. Manage stream. Yeah, no, I don't see it. I do not see it. All I said was dirtbag? Oh, wow. Yeah, I don't know why that's being mod checked. I'm trying to get into a game so I can be entertaining. But I also have to, like... I want to find, like, games to play, but I don't have a game to play right now. Oh, my friend's streaming. 1 second. She's playing Peaks of Yore. I don't... What chat, hit me with what game you want to see. I got kind of... I got really sad playing Minecraft because I fucking... I died and lost all my stuff, so I got really discouraged from playing that for a minute. We could play, Helldivers. We could play Overwatch. We could play Stardew. We could play Terraria. I could go back and finish up Celeste. What game we feeling right now? I don't really know. I don't know what to play. Like, there's so many games, and they all just kind of seem like they'd be okay, you know? We could go into the depths of VR chat, see what's going on there. What's the vibe? We could also do Souls games? I don't fucking know, man. I have no clue. I got no clue what to play. I was really hoping my friend would have, like, responded to me halfway through me saying all that stuff, because then I could just play whatever the hell he's playing. Alright. Just for a moment, we'll just go back to this while I'm deciding what to,
At the end of the day, if you don't do it and take accountability for yourself and your actions, nobody else will.
True.
It doesn't matter, like, whose fault it...
But, like, some people have, like, addictions. I don't know, man.
It is whenever you wasted your last $1,500. Does it matter whose fault it is? No. Because your fucking money's gone. Uninformed take. What am I not understanding? Yeah, you're lessening the psychological aspect.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. That's gotta be like a reference to, All right, we'll watch another. We'll watch another Dead Domain because I love this woman. She's amazing.
If you watched my CPAC 2024 video, you no doubt at least got to the part at the beginning about Project 2025. Or maybe you haven't seen that video. Maybe you've seen on social media Jack Posobiec going around saying at CPAC, which I was in the room for, that they are going to try and basically kill democracy. Which he said as a joke, but also
We'll play
not
Pacific Drive.
as a joke, because that's really what Project 2025 is. For those who don't know, broadly, Project 2025 is a collaboration from a group of far-right conservative think tanks to lay the structure of a conservative governing state that will hit the ground running as soon as Trump gets in office. And what that means is, at nearly every level, every issue you can contemplate, these conservative think tanks have found ways to upend the democratic process, or at least plan to under Project 2025. And I'm going to go through in this stream the myriad ways which they plan to do that. From LGBTQ rights to abortion rights to rolling back environmental regulations to why all those things are bad, to immigration rights, tax law.
Why is rolling back
on
POV? Why is rolling back environmental regulations bad? I wonder. I'm so curious, chat. Why is it bad? I don't get it. What's so bad about that? Come on, that's not that bad. Come on. Who likes environmental regulations? Raise your hand. Raise your hand right now.
Christian nationalism. And I want to be clear that the scary thing here isn't just Trump's next term, but what the people behind Project 2025 plan to use Trump to accomplish, which is, in their own words, in so many ways, a total theocratic overhaul of the United States that would bring everything into their vision of what a country should be. So I wanted to start with a brief kind of overview, and this is on a blog from Thomas Zimmer, who I'm not familiar with. And for this stream, I will be sourcing a lot of. I'll be sourcing plenty of different sources.
We're gonna need bigger cabinets soon.
News outlets like just NBC, MSNBC, to opinion pieces, to
We need
blog
stable
posts,
energy and still
places
sheets.
like Rolling Stone and Vice. And I encourage you to not only find those sources, but seek others out for yourself, because there are so many little details. The thing about Project 2025 is that it's based on, from the Heritage Foundation and from these other think tanks, when they announced it last year, they put out this mandate for leadership, which is essentially a write-up of all of their plans for governance. The thing is, it's 900 pages long. So it's not a breezy afternoon read. And there's a lot of boring and useless just governmental shit in there. But in between the lines, a lot of people have already gone through the effort to find the important bits, which is kind of what we're going through today. And I wanted to start off by talking about the overriding theme of Project 2025, which is Trump seeking revenge. And this is something, if you paid attention, if you watched the CPAC videos I did where I attended CPAC, you'll know that that is an overriding theme, not just of Trump, but of his sycophants and lackeys. This idea that the Biden administration has been using lawfare, is their new term that they love to use, to pursue cases against people
I need a
like
root
Trump,
rack.
just because they don't like him, basically. Not because Trump and the people around him continually and have provably been shown to do crimes, or at the very least, be caught a little bit too close to people who do them. And part of this revenge would unify, it would be the unitary executive theory, which we will talk about later, but it would basically unify everything under the purview of the executive branch. From Democracy Americana, Project 2025 promises revenge, oppression, and autocratic rule. Kevin Roberts, and this is a name that we will hear pop up again and again throughout this, because he has been one of the biggest figureheads of Project 2025. Other people, Trump, Steve Bannon, plenty of other people in Trump's past and future cabinet, future being, hopefully not, but the ones that they hope will be in the future cabinet, have talked about 2025. Kevin Roberts really appears to be the mastermind, or at least the figure most spearheading. Launched in April 2022 under the leadership of the Heritage Foundation, it stands out because it unites much of the conservative movement and the machine of think tanks as well as activists and lobbying groups behind the goal of installing a much more effective, more ruthless right-wing regime. It comes with tremendous funding and backing of much of the political right. As members of its advisory board, Project 2025 currently lists 101 organizations and institutions.
Wait, so you mean to tell me that the Republican Party is planning on doing exactly what the left has been saying that they were going to do the entire time? What? What? That's crazy. That's insane, guys. I could never. I don't even understand. There's no way. Because they said they weren't going to do that. They said they weren't going to do that, chat. They said they weren't going to do it.
America First Legal Foundation, Center for Renewing America, Claremont Institute, Hillsdale College, Liberty University, Young Americans Foundation, Moms for Liberty, and so on. And many of these we've talked about or were at least at CPAC. In April 2023, Heritage published a 920-page report titled Mandate for Leadership. It is the latest in a long line that Heritage has produced in irregular intervals since 1979. This one serves as the policy agenda for Project.
We're getting everything this time around. We're just grinding for materials this time.
Agency by agency, it outlines what the right wants to do to the executive and administrative state immediately upon returning to power. It provides not only a distillation of what Project 2025 has come up with in terms of plans for concrete action, but also of the ideological forces and influence that shape this agenda. This leads right into Kevin Roberts' more substantial foreword to the whole report, which he has called, quote, a promise to America. Quote, our political class has been discredited by wholesale dishonesty and corruption. Look at America under the ruling and cultural elite today. Inflation is ravaging family budgets. Drug overdose deaths continue to escalate, and children suffer the toxic normalization of transgenderism with drag queens and pornography in their school libraries. Overseas, a totalitarian communist dictatorship in Beijing is engaged in a strategic, cultural, and economic Cold War against America's interests, values, and people, all while globalist elites in Washington awaken only slowly to that growing threat. Moreover, low-income communities are drowning in addiction and government dependence. Contemporary elites have even repurposed the worst ingredients of 70s radical chic to build the totalitarian cult known as the Great Awakening. I've literally never heard anybody on the left call anything the Great Awakening. Like that's an entirely just a manufactured thing that he's making up. And now, as then, the Republican Party seems to have little understanding about what to do. Most alarming of all, the very moral foundations of our society are in peril. That brings me to the second article I have from Salon. Project 2025 is more than a playbook for Trumpism, it's the Christian Nationalist Manifesto. One of the biggest things driving Project 2025 is the idea of Christian nationalism, which is the idea that the United States should derive everything from Judeo-Christian law and tradition. That we were founded as a Christian nation, and essentially we need to do away with any idea of the separation of church and state. Christians can kind of justify anything using the Bible. As we've seen, talking about our hate church, Sure Foundation Baptist, and the NIFB hate churches, when people are hateful and they want to justify that hate, they can tie themselves into all kinds of pretzels to use the Bible to justify. So the idea of using that same Bible and that same pretext to craft laws in what is essentially supposed to be a democracy, essentially supposed to be a free country, and use those laws
Fuck was that?
To affect others is one of the scariest parts here, because it's not based in science or logic or reason or tangible fact. It's based on an old book that people have been following for thousands of years. Bryn Lumiere thank you for super chatting $5. I don't know what the people who won't benefit from Project 2025 think they'll get. It's bad for everyone, not just their enemies. Here's the thing. The people who were cheering for Project 2025 at CPAC, they see it as revenge. They see it as a victory over the woke
Jesus
left. They
fucking Christ, what was that?
Turning, like, using their weapons
Armpit Lover 31, thank you.
against them. And all the,
Thank you for the
bad guys
follow.
will finally
I
be
appreciate
imprisoned.
it.
The storm will finally be arriving to
Oh my
QAnon.
fudging
And they'll drain the
goodness.
swamp, and everything's going to be just perfect and peachy and hunky-dory for them. Anyway, back to this article from Salon.com. When Jack Posobiec took the stage at the Conservative Political Action Conference, he held up a Christian symbol, a cross, making clear that, like many on today's far right, his goal is to replace democracy with a Christo-fascist regime, which is what he said. He said, we are going to destroy democracy. We're here to overthrow democracy and replace it with this. And he held up a cross on a rosary, I believe. One could argue they've already made this goal the Republican Party's platform. They've been generous enough to spell it out in a Christian nationalist manifesto from the Conservative Heritage Foundation called Project 2025. Mainstream media outlets have begun to expose the radical vision: a gutted federal government, immigrants rounded up in work camps and deported, a military response to peaceful demonstrations, oppression of women, minorities, the poor, and the disadvantaged. For the media, it is simply an extreme conservative plan. When I read Project 2025, I recognized immediately that it is a 1,000-page Christo-fascist screed.
Yeah, like, I don't know what it was.
Christian nationalism. We won't be reading this
That
whole thing, but I
fucking...
do recommend you go read
That
this article.
I'm not used to the new sound effects. I'm like, ever since that creeper killed me,
Just some, like, here we go, talking about...
booped the shit out of
Paul
me.
Dans closes an introduction with, as Americans living at the approach of our nation's 250th birthday, we have been given much. As conservatives,
Scared
we
the
are
crap
as much
out of me.
required to
That's so
steward this
funny.
message heritage for our next generation.
Oh, there's my...
And back to the article, I know from my Bible studies he is channeling Luke 12:48. From everyone who has been given much, much will be demanded. Project 2025 is riddled with this type of Christo-fascist language. Christian nationalists do not write or speak without referencing the Bible, and this was another thing you saw at CPAC. It is a language American
Just
voters
a
will
tiny
be
bit
able to
jumpy
understand
today.
for November, or it will be the language of our government. This one from
So
TheWeek.com. MAGA faithful draft plans for America's Christian nationalist future. Some of Donald Trump's closest allies are laying the groundwork for a potential theocracy if he wins a second term in office. Although a draft document
So
for
surprised.
Renewing America priorities for a second Trump administration obtained by Politico does include a bullet point for Christian nationalism, the document is, quote, short on specifics, Vanity Fair said. Instead, it focuses on pushing Trump to, quote, ignore undesirable funding allocations approved by Congress and invoke the Insurrection Act on his first day in office. Which, you may or may not know, probably won't be an insurrection, and just planning to invoke the Insurrection Act on his first day is not a great look already. It literally is just a power grab. Like, literally just a power grab. Despite the lack of specifics, Vogt and his allies, including former Trump admin official William Wolf, have, quote, long used interpretations of Christian doctrine as the basis for hardline stances against abortion, immigration, and same-sex marriage, the Daily Beast said. This past October, Wolf told attendees at a, quote, Jesus and Politics conference that, quote, now is the time to arms again. I think we are getting close. 2 months later, Wolf shared, then deleted a post on X calling for ending no-fault divorces, reducing access to contraceptives, ending surrogacy, ending public school sex education, and several other policies designed to restore the American family. The idea that ending public school sex education should be part of restoring the American family just really sounds like they just want teenagers to get pregnant.
Yep.
Which they probably do. The Christian
They do.
nationalist aspect out of the way. And we will see more of that peppered throughout. Because really, the thing about Project 2025 is that it's all interwoven. Like, every aspect of it interacts with another.
Why does this game gotta be so fucking creepy
The other
sometimes?
overriding aspects of it. The Unitary Executive Theory. This is from The Week. The Heritage Foundation's Project 2025 wants to reshape America under Trump. While the plan has not gained significant amounts of traction in the national news media, Project 2025 is the brainchild of the Conservative Heritage Foundation, an effort to rescue the country from the grip of the radical left, quote unquote, with a, quote, governing agenda and the right people in place, ready to carry this agenda out on day one of the next
Chat,
Conservative
I know
administration.
it's kind
It
of
is a
stupid
mission to
that
dismantle the federal
somebody
government
would,
and
like,
replace it with a
actually
vision
believe this
closer
stuff,
to
but...
Trump's own, the Associated Press said, and is essentially a government in waiting for the former president's return. or any candidate who aligns with their beliefs. The full Project 2025
Fuck is
consists
going
of
on?
an outline that mandates 4 doctrines to implement in the event of a conservative presidency. The first is to restore the family as the centerpiece of American life and protect our children. The second is to dismantle the administrative state and return self-governance to the American people. Third would be defend our nation's sovereignty, borders, and bounty against global threats. And the last doctrine of the project is to, quote, secure our God-given individual rights to live freely, what our Constitution calls the blessings of liberty. As the project
No, hold up.
shows,
Wait a minute.
and retooling of dozens of federal
Wait
agencies
a minute.
under Trump's auspices.
Wait a minute. Chat. I'm a little skeptical. Because they're talking about all this great stuff like life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. But didn't they just say they were going to take people's rights away to do stuff? That seems a little suspicious. It's like they might be contradicting themselves a little bit, chat. Damn, boy's got some lungs. Oh, they might be contradicting themselves a little bit. Where am I? Linky Pipes. Call Blystone Plumbing. Only licensed and bonded. I don't know, I'm just a little
It's mostly
suspicious.
based on a legal principle called the unitary executive theory, which asserts that the President of the United States has complete power to control the executive branch of the government. The theory is an interpretation of Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution, which states that the country's executive power, quote, shall be vested in the President. Proponents of the unitary executive theory argue that this vesting of power gives the President complete control of the executive branch, so Congress cannot empower agency heads to make decisions or restrict the President's ability to fire them, the Times said. The theory is often a point of debate among scholars, but has been championed by conservatives. I fucking wonder why. The Reagan administration first developed the theory
Crazy.
quote, as they sought to advance a deregulatory agenda. The plan would also seek to fill the government with Trump loyalists by scouring records and social media accounts to rule out heretics, effectively administering loyalty tests, and launching a so-called Presidential Administration Academy that tutors future MAGA bureaucrats, Politico said. This would ensure that what remains of this slashed-down bureaucracy is reliably MAGA conservative, not just for the next president, but for a long time to come, and that the White House maintains control.
What?
So what you are looking at...
So
when you
they're
say
just
government
like
waste,
blatantly
this
saying
is not
everything out loud at this point, which is like,
plan to just have
wait, I'll let her say it.
one term of Trump. One term where they go all out. They are laying the groundwork so that they can fire thousands upon thousands of federal workers and replace government workers with people who have essentially been indoctrinated to follow everything.
You know,
they
this
want
sounds pretty familiar,
as
guys.
a national decision. Using these powers as a baseline, Project 2025 presents a, quote, Christian nationalist vision of the United States, one in which married heterosexuality is the only valid form of sexual expression and identity. All pregnancies would be carried to term even if it requires coercion or death, and transgender and gender nonconforming people do not exist, the New Republic says. Roman Omen, thank you very much for superchatting $4.99. You can have $5 more sex. Thank you. What can you say about Project 2025 that will comfort those in fear of it, hope for those worried, stay strong, all? I don't even know.
Here's how we comfort them. We
I've
don't let it
seen some
happen.
People on social media talk about Project 2025 in terms of like some of this stuff is already happening. Like nobody cares when Biden does it. Nobody cares when Biden rolls over on trans people and queer people. And to an extent, some of those things are true. The problem is there is a difference between being indirectly harmed by a government that doesn't care about you, whether you're a person of color, whether you're a woman. There's a difference between being indirectly harmed by Biden's inaction on something and what Project 2025 wants to do, which is to directly target, specifically, methodically, trans people, queer people, people of color, women seeking abortions. Like, as we'll talk about later, there is a plan as part of Project 2025 to ban abortion at a federal level. And while that is going through, because they anticipate states are going to fight it, any woman who travels to another state to get an abortion, there are plans in place to track those women, compile files on them to charge them with crimes, to essentially charge them with murder from trying to go to another state and getting an abortion. Like, that is the level of government overreach they are aspiring to here. This is not conspiracizing I'm doing here. This is not like Alex Jones. There are so many things that, if they get control, will happen. So, unfortunately, the best thing I can say is like, yeah, this is a real vote blue no matter who case. Like, for real. And that's not
all spooky.
Great. I would love it if we didn't have the shitty Democrats that we do have right now, who just seem to really do nothing of value. But this isn't a case that we can come back from. Like as we were showing earlier, if Trump gets in office, they're laying the ground plan for, even if Trump isn't in office for the term after, this style of governance to continue without him when he's gone. So this is not a mistake that you can come back from, is the thing. So yeah, let's go over from...
I mean, it's literally like, we need to fearmonger because there's stuff to be feared.
Mr. Trump and his associates have a broader goal: to alter the balance of power by increasing the president's authority over every part of the federal government that now operates by either law or tradition with any measure of independence from political interference, according to a review of his campaign policy proposals and interviews with people close to him. Mr. Trump intends to bring independent agencies like the Federal Communications Commission, which makes and enforces rules for television and internet companies, and the Federal Trade Commission, which enforces various antitrust and other consumer protection rules against businesses, under direct presidential control. He wants to revive the practice of impounding funds, refusing to spend money Congress has appropriated for programs the president doesn't like, a tactic that lawmakers banned under Nixon. He intends to strip employment protections from tens of thousands of civil career servants, making it easier to replace them if they are deemed obstacles to his agenda. And he plans to scour the intelligence agencies to remove officials he has vilified as, quote, the sick political class that hates our country. Quote, what we're trying to do is identify the pockets of independence and seize them, says Russell T. Vogt, who we just talked about, who ran the Office of Management and Budget in the Trump White House and now runs a policy organization, the Center for Renewing America, or CRA, who we just talked about. The strategy in openly talking about such paradigm-shifting ideas before the election is to plant a flag to shift the debate and later be able to claim a mandate. He said he was delighted to see a few of Mr. Trump's Republican primary rivals defend the norm of Justice Department independence after the former president openly attacked it. Cookie Sands, does this project benefit literally anybody? Yes, rich people. We'll
wow,
the deregulatory
crazy
stuff in a minute. It is entirely created, concocted at every level to solely benefit the rich and the wealthy. From the Michigan Advance,
I'm so surprised.
2025, if allowed, will cement America as a right-wing authoritarian state. In 1970, as political activist Angela Davis languished in a jail cell for a crime she didn't commit, acclaimed writer and civil rights activist James Baldwin warned her and us in an open letter. Quote, if we know, then we must fight for your life as though it were our own, which it is, and render impassable with our bodies the corridor to the gas chamber. For if they take you in the morning, they will be coming for us that night. End quote. In 2023, women of childbearing age...
That is exactly what we've been saying this whole time. If they come for us in the morning, they will come for you at night. Oh my god. He's so unbelievably based.
80 far-right organizations and entities. Conservative warriors plan to, quote, defund the Department of Justice, dismantle the FBI, break up the Department of Homeland Security, and eliminate the Departments of Education and Commerce. The president would have, quote, complete power over quasi-independent agencies such as the FCC. And they want to ensure that what remains of this slashed-down bureaucracy is reliably MAGA conservative. Meyerson, editor-at-large at the American Prospect, said far-right conservatives
wrong, Wally?
Heritage Foundation have an extensive enemies list that includes, quote, welfare recipients, lazy and
I'm
liberal
trying
civil
to
servants,
avoid saying the naughty words because...
bosses, scientists, woke
oh
leaders,
no, you
woke
moved.
educators, woke diplomats, woke generals and admirals, G-men, and anyone who doesn't indulge the next Republican president's every whim. In the commentary titled, The Far Right Has a Plan to Remake America, they even wrote it down. Those in charge in the incoming administration are prepared to purge those deemed disloyal after identifying and interviewing, quote, every Treasury Department official who participated in its DEI activities and programs and make such activity, quote, per se grounds for termination and employment. In interviews, rallies, and on social media, and here we go back to the revenge stick. Trump has boasted of unleashing political violence, targeting and crushing his enemies, routing the media, and appointing a special prosecutor to pursue Joe Biden and his family for alleged corruption, and snatching up undocumented immigrants and holding them against their will in vast concentration camps before deporting them.
And notice,
In addition, a number of critics
and remember, an important part of this is that a lot of those kids haven't been found yet. A lot of those kids, we have no fucking clue where they are. We don't. We have no fucking clue where they are. They're just gone. Off the map. We don't know if they were sold into sex trafficking. We don't know if they're living a full-on healthy life somewhere in the US. We have absolutely no fucking clue. And that's what's so scary, because these kids might be tired, they might be hungry, and all of it's because we had a fucking president who felt like he needed to prove a point. Just keep that in mind. Just something small to remember is that there are kids that are gone whose families have no idea where they are. Have no idea where they are. Ooh. Wait, it's a fuel truck. Ooh. That's perfect because I need fuel.
Critics charged during Trump's revenge tour, he and his allies are determined to establish a right-wing, authoritarian, theocratic, white nationalist government. Writing recently on Truth Social, Trump said, quote, Republicans are already thinking about what we are going to do to Biden and the communists when it's our turn. And again, I cannot stress enough, there's nobody in the United States government that is a fucking communist. We pledge to you that we will root out the communists, Marxists, fascists.
Red Scares. That's... fascists? Wait, root out the fascists?
I feel like if he rooted out the fascists, he wouldn't have much of a government to go back to. And the radical left thugs that live like vermin within the confines of our country that lie and steal and cheat on elections. They'll do anything, whether legally or illegally, to destroy America and to destroy the American dream. The
oh my fucking god.
Is far less sinister, dangerous, and grave than the threat from within. Political consultant and media strategist Rick Wilson expressed alarm at the Trump-induced danger that looms. Quote, he's using the power of government, the state, to punish his political enemies. Use the power of the state to...
Alright, so I think we go... I think what we do is we come up here, hit here, go up around here, hit that, come down here, hit that, and then TP out.
Accountability. Quote, Project 2025 is a plan to destroy the U.S. government.
That's my plan.
A huge problem that the U.S. government isn't standing up to at this moment. It's complicated and speaks to some tensions on the left. We have an interview with... I wanted to go through this New York Times interview really quick with Kevin Roberts, the Heritage Foundation, because there's a halfway down from the New York Times. They questioned him, saying, one priority for both the organization and the Republican Party writ large is reducing the size of the federal workforce. What do you envision when you say you want to destroy the administrative state? His response is the guy spearheading the Project 2025 right. I envision the destruction that I'm referring to, which I presume is the real focus of your question, as a political entity being significantly weakened. People will lose their jobs. Hopefully their lives are able to flourish in spite of that. Buildings will be shut down. Hopefully they can be repurposed for private industry. But the administrative state, most importantly what we're trying to destroy, is the political influence it has over individual American sovereignty. And the only way to do that, or one of the ways to do that, is to diminish the number of unelected bureaucrats who are wielding that power instead of Congress. Their response. So the goal is to try to essentially fire a lot of career civil servants, many of whom have had decades of experience in government. His response, many of whom have decades of experience putting government power above American sovereignty. We're not saying they're bad people. We're not saying we want harm to come to them. He literally is. Let me be really clear about that. This is Heritage, you know, not some fringe group on the right. Come on. We're talking about destroying political power, and they have political power, and they
be so for real.
I just want to explain what Schedule F is. This is the New York Times interview response. What Schedule F is, it's an executive order that would reclassify tens of thousands of government workers, taking away their unemployment protections. And some estimates say that hundreds of thousands of
daggum commies
would be impacted. I think the federal workforce is something around 2 million. His response, yes, ultimately. That estimate in terms of the number affected seems high to me. I've seen 50,000. I ultimately don't know the precise number, but that's a comfortable range. Because what he's talking about there is the idea that because we have a lot of regulatory bodies watching industries, watching medical associations, pharmaceutical companies, the FDA, Food and Drug, CDC, Center for Disease Control, because we have these regulatory bodies, it comes back to this idea, you saw it a lot during COVID, where people, they conflate the ideas of American freedom and independence with not following rules. And those rules, well, if it infringes upon my rights, but it might help somebody else, I don't need to follow it. The problem is that they're basically doing this rollback, as I'll show in a little bit, as an effort to just continue.
So-called Christians are in shambles.
Like that's really all they're doing.
Christians are in shambles right now.
Guardian. Key components of Project 2025 include slashing funding for the Department of Justice, dismantling the FBI and Department of Homeland Security, and killing the Education and Commerce departments, moves that MAGA allies champion to shrink the, quote, administrative state and deep state. One ominous plan has waited would allow Trump to invoke the 1871 Insurrection Act on his first day in office.
One hell of a shot back. Hell yeah, it is.
Against political foes and demonstrators protesting a new term for Trump, according to the Washington Post. Project 2025 also envisions schemes for changing federal service rules that will allow Trump to cut tens of thousands of civil service workers and replace them with ones deemed loyal to Trump's agenda. We've talked about this. Other Department of Justice
I knew there had to be one more.
Loyalists pose unprecedented dangers. Quote, the plans being developed by members of Trump's cult to turn the DOJ and FBI into instruments of his revenge should send shivers down the spine of anyone who cares about the rule of law, said Michael Bromwich, a former Inspector General at the Justice Department. Trump and right-wing media have planted in fertile soil the seed that the current Department of Justice has been politicized, and the myth has flourished. Their attempts to undermine DOJ and the FBI are among the most destructive campaigns they've ever conducted.
Wait. Isn't Trump the one that instated, like, three justices? He put in, yeah, he put in 3.
2020 election. Trump posted, quote, if you go after me, I'm coming after you. We talked about what these things will affect broadly, but what are these really going to affect moment to moment?
Oh, there goes my headlight.
This is E&E News by Politico. Conservatives gear up for EPA revamp in 2025. EPA would see a return to Trump administration policies that elevated deregulation and downsized the agency, which led to tumult among staff and questions over its future. Quote, this is a serious report and needs to be taken seriously.
Okay.
Says Stan Myberg, who served 39 years at the EPA.
Oh.
Including as acting deputy.
Oh, it's Cooper feeding time. 1 second, guys. I don't know if you guys are excited for the eclipse, but I am. I don't even know what question I asked you. Yes, 3. Wait, let me just back up the video a tiny bit.
Go after me, I'm coming after you. We talked about what these things will affect broadly. Forces against political foes and demonstrators protesting a new term for Trump, according to the Washington Post. Project 2025 also envisions schemes for changing federal service rules that will allow Trump to cut tens of thousands of civil service workers.
How many justices he put in? Yeah.
We talked about this. Other Department of Justice veterans say Trump and his loyalists pose unprecedented dangers. Quote, the plans being developed by members of Trump's cult to turn the DOJ and FBI into instruments of his revenge should...
I'm glad they, like, straight up just call them a cult.
Said Michael Bromwich, a former Inspector General at the Justice Department. Trump and right-wing media have planted in fertile soil the seed that the current Department of Justice has been politicized, and the myth has flourished. Their attempts to undermine DOJ and the FBI are among the most destructive campaigns they've ever conducted. Bromwich's point was underscored when days after special counsel Jack Smith unveiled a 4-count criminal indictment of Trump involving his multi-pronged efforts to subvert Biden's 2020 election. Trump posted, quote, "If you go after me, I'm coming after you." We talked about
I need
what
thermostat
these
crystals.
will affect broadly, but what are these really going to affect moment to moment? And this is E&E News.
Oh, man.
Conservatives gear up for EPA revamp in 2025. EPA would see a return to Trump administration policies that elevated deregulation and downsized the agency, which led to tumult among staff and questions over its future. Quote, "This is a serious report and needs to be taken seriously," says Stan Myberg, who served 39 years at the EPA, including as acting deputy administrator during the Obama administration. EPA will be overhauled. What does that mean for climate policy itself? Against a backdrop of record-breaking heat and floods this year, the $22 million endeavor, Project 2025, was convened by the notorious right-wing climate-denying think tank, the Heritage Foundation, which has ties to fossil fuel billionaire Charles Koch. The guide's chapter on the U.S. Department
I'm so surprised.
3 agency offices that are crucial for the energy
Like,
transition, and also calls to slash.
I mean, thank you to Dead Domain for putting such amazing content out there. And I'm glad that somebody out there is like just being blunt about this and just like straight up putting it out there. Like, this is exactly what is happening. In the event that I end up dying because I'm genocided by these fucking cretins, at least this is here for me to say I told you so. Like that, because that's basically what it is at this point. Like, a lot of us have accepted that in order to live our lives as we truly feel as we are, we have to almost come to terms with the fact that we may just be fucking genocided. Like, we may just be killed. Some person who is racist or is, like, and I mean this from a multi-pronged perspective of whether you're black, whether you are trans, whether you are gay, or whether you just may slightly look any of those things. You may just appear to be trans. You may have some more masculine features to your cisgendered female face. But the issue is that's not what matters to them. The issue is that your look threatens their existence in a way that they don't, like, they are uncomfortable with. And so, as a result, they are going to use it as an excuse to hurt, to kill, to genocide people like me and like you. Anything that makes you different from their status quo is going to make you a target to them. That's just plain and simple.
Deployment office in an effort to stymie renewable energy deployment. The plan
1 second.
would hugely expand.
I'm changing my stream name 1 second. My stream title, because I needed some more politically minded people in this stream.
Off with a workshop.
That is not what I wanted to do. Channel, that's the one. There we go. Wow, my camera looks really good on stream. Holy shit. That's awesome. Anyways, back to the video.
Gas infrastructure. I fucking wonder why. Could it have anything to do with the oil billionaires running everything and the rich
I
people
wonder.
who want to make all of this happen?
I wonder. Really, I wonder.
A former official at the agency, McNamee was also a Trump appointee to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. He previously led the far-right Texas Public Policy Foundation, which fights environmental regulation. Shocker. Another chapter focuses on gutting the EPA and moving it away from its focus on the climate crisis. It proposes cutting the agency's environmental justice and public engagement functions while shrinking it as a whole by terminating new hires and low-value programs. Why is it so bad that the EPA would be gutted, that they wouldn't focus anymore on climate change? From the World Meteorological Organization, climate change indicators reached record levels in 2023. State of Global Climate Report confirms 2023 is hottest year on record by clear margin. Records broken for ocean heat, sea level rise, Antarctic sea ice loss, and glacier retreat. Extreme weather undermines socioeconomic development. Renewable energy transition provides hope. Cost of climate inaction is higher than the cost of climate action. The WMO report confirmed that 2023 was the warmest year on record, with the global average near-surface temperature at 1.45 Celsius, with a margin of uncertainty above the pre-industrial
When did those guys get
baseline.
there?
It was the warmest temperature 10-year period on record. On an average day in 2023, nearly one-third of the global ocean was gripped by a marine heat wave, harming vital ecosystems and food systems. Towards the end of 2023, over 90% of the ocean had experienced heat wave conditions at some point during the year. Here's a global temperature difference in the last couple hundred years, by the way.
Look, well, like, and it's so fucking crazy that they still deny climate change. Like, what? At what point do you just kind of realize you're just being an idiot and you're being fucking fooled by these corporate billionaires? Like, it's so fucking annoying to watch these people allow our world to just be fucking destroyed. Like, I'm just tired of that shit. And it's like, you can go out and glue yourself to the fucking pavement all you want, but at the end of the day, these fucking corporate billionaires aren't going to start listening until we start throwing fucking rocks through their window. They aren't going to care about the world and about stuff like the environment until we make them know for a fact that they have something to be afraid of. Because they're old. They don't give a shit because they're going to die before any of this comes to fruition. Like, vigilante, like, I used to be so against vigilante justice and taking the means of law into your own hands. But at some fucking point, you have to, like, you have to think a little bit more than just accepting that, you know, oh, my door fell off. You have to think a little bit more than just like, oh, well, it's all over. We can just give up now, guys. It's all over. No, you're not a rich corporate billionaire. But at some point, there needs to be a fucking, you know, we need to catch them off guard like a fucking Spanish Inquisition. Scare the shit out of them. We don't have to kill them. We don't have to. I mean, we can pull out the guillotine again. Like, it's still a fairly effective way of achieving change. But you also need to, like, look at it from the perspective of, like, at what point are we valuing a single person or a small, like, tiny group of people? Billionaires, I barely even consider people because they just are literally just fucking cretin. Like, they have no, like, very, 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 very few of them. And in fact, I would argue no billionaire can be a morally good person. You can financially, you cannot come into that much money without winning the lottery, right? Like, outside of somebody who has won the lottery, there is no way you can ethically make $1 billion without exploitation somewhere along the way. It is a near requirement of financial success in America, and arguably anywhere. So, anyways, let's get back to the video.
So, the shit that's already bad environmentally in terms of the world, under 2025, Project 2025, would just get worse.
Wow,
like
so surprised.
As it continues to get worse now, because guess what? The liberals aren't doing nearly enough for actual climate change. Shocker. But again, this is the difference between cutting off your leg or letting the entire body die. And
right.
It's for, make no mistake.
Oh, shit.
Those measures to expand, as we were talking about, gas manufacturing and gas pipelines, it's for rich people to make money. Like, that's who wants Project 2025 to pass, because of deregulation like this. So, we've talked about Christian nationalism so far. We've talked about the efforts to deregulate. We've talked about how Trump wants to weaponize the government to go after his political opponents. Let's talk about these effects of Christian nationalism and what they will have on legislation, particularly as it applies to personal liberty, the thing that they want to talk about.
Oh shit.
And first up, I want to talk about abortion, because this Rolling Stone article is a phenomenal. I would recommend going and reading it
Oh
yourself, 'cause I'm not
shit.
gonna go over the whole thing here, but it's a phenomenal breakdown of what their actual plan is with this and why it is so unbelievably heinous. Rolling Stone, inside the MAGA plan to attack birth control, surveil women and ban the abortion pill. The document explicitly names their intention not just to rescind FDA approval for the abortion pill if they regain control of the House, but revive a 150-year-old law that criminalizes sending or receiving through the mail any article, instrument, substance, drug, medicine, or thing that could be used to facilitate an abortion. And this, along with the Insurrection Act, really paints a picture of how deep down the rabbit hole they are reaching to find anything they can claw back out so that they can just throw it out there and make it part of their legal precedent. Even though it is so ridiculous to try and apply these things, obviously. But that's okay, because if they get in power, again, they'll be able to do that. As we'll see, I'm almost ending with the trans stuff because it really lays bare how much they will be able to redefine anything that doesn't already agree with them to make it all agree with them. And that's really the way that they literally want to change terminology and science around trans people and queer people brings into such stark focus.
Guys, I just got fucking
how
yeeted.
much they truly want to just take everything over and leave no possible trace for dissent. Those plans and many more, including proposals to attack contraception access, use the CDC to increase abortion surveillance and data collection, rescind a Department of Defense policy to, quote, prohibit abortion travel funding, punish states that require health insurance plans to cover abortion.
Yeah, it's time to
and
go,
repeal
guys.
a law that is currently protecting pregnant women with life-threatening conditions. All of these are outlined in Project 2025's mandate for leadership. Severino suggests that reimposing the old rules as a stopgap measure while the HHS... Here we go. Okay. Writing for Project 2025, Severino calls abortion pills, quote, the single greatest threat to unborn children now that Roe v. Wade has been overturned. He proposes that as an interim step, the next HHS secretary immediately reimpose old regulations that required the pill to be dispensed in person under doctor's supervision, a requirement researchers have long argued is unnecessary. His proposal would also shorten the period in which mifepristone could be prescribed to terminate pregnancies, 7 weeks gestations or less compared to 10 weeks today. Severino suggests that reimposing the old rules as a stopgap measure works to revoke mifepristone's FDA approval, which he declares in language echoing the anti-abortion activists who brought the lawsuit challenging the drug's approval was the...
Back in a few, time to watch The Apocalypse. I'm actually going to step away for a moment to go watch it too, since it's not starting to get quiet, it's not starting to get dark out, but
safer than many common drugs, including Tylenol and
it will be in a second.
Elsewhere, Severino complains the CDC's abortion surveillance system is woefully inadequate, and proposes turning the agency into a kind of sniper network that would collect data about who had abortions and where, and punish any states that refuse to share that information.
Alright,
Because
you
liberal
made it
states have
back.
now become sanctuaries for abortion tourism, HHS should use every available tool, including the cutting of funds, to ensure that every state reports exactly how many abortions take place within its borders, at what gestational age, for what reason, the mother's state of residence, and by what method. Yeah, it's somebody saying this party of small government, everybody knows it's not. Like, they are for things like small government when it comes to, if I can say slurs. Like, that's something they want to let people be able to say more. But actual, like, personal liberty, and somebody was asking earlier, how do states' rights factor into this? Like, they don't. They want to make these things illegal at a federal level, and then any states that go against it, they want to punish. Like, state, that's not a state. Like, a state right should be able to do that, you know? It's like, every time I would recommend going and reading this whole article, but every time I read it, It like that is one of the most chilling things, is just somebody coming out and saying how they want to like surveil and follow and essentially use government resources to stalk women so they can charge them with crimes for seeking an abortion. Like for seeking and utilizing their independent liberty over their own bodies. And now I want to talk a little bit about immigration, because naturally that would be a huge part of Mr. Build the Wall's next government. From the Niskanen Center, Project 2025 unveiling the far-right's plan to demolish immigration in Trump's second term. The most troubling proposals include plans to block federal financial aid for up to 2/3 of all American college students if their state permits certain immigrant groups, including Dreamers with legal status, to access in-state tuition.
Dreamers!
Terminate the legal status of 500,000 Dreamers by eliminating staff time for reviewing and processing renewal applications. Which, by the way, would mean 500,000 people who have legal status would be deported. Use backlog numbers to trigger the automatic suspension of application intake for larger categories of legal immigrants. Suspend updates to annual eligible country lists for H-2A and H-2B, temporary worker visas, thereby excluding most populations from filling critical gaps in the agricultural, construction, hospitality, and forestry sectors. Bar U.S. citizens from qualifying for federal housing subsidies if they live with anyone who is not a U.S. citizen. Force states to share driver's licenses and taxpayer identification information with federal authorities or risk critical funding. Undermining humanitarian relief. The next Republican administration aligning with the mandate would also strip hundreds of thousands of individuals of their legal protections by repealing all temporary protected status designations. Nearly 700,000 individuals would lose legal protections and work authorization by repealing all active TPS designations. Not only would it create an enormous burden for immigrants, custom, and enforcement to attempt to remove these individuals, but it would also have devastating consequences for our labor market, families who have resided in the U.S. for decades, and our economy as home business owners are forced to leave the country. Yeah, so already you're talking about between Dreamers and those folks, 700,000, 1.2 million people. 1.2 million people.
All right.
And those are just two.
We are going to BRB. I'm going to go watch the eclipse really quick. I will tilt my camera up and do one of those numbers. And then we're going to go like that. And move it just a little bit so you guys can see outside. All right. So I just wanted a little mission around town to try and find one of them fucking pairs of glasses. And them bitches were sold out everywhere. So I guess I just don't get to see it. Unless, chat, what if we just suit it up? Chat. Chat, what if I just... I need more sunglasses. There's a reason I have this many pairs of sunglasses, chat. There's a fucking reason. I'm gonna keep it real with you, chat. That was kind of mid. Like, it was okay. It wasn't great. Oh, man. Fucked up my hair. 1 second. Yeah, chat, that was kind of mid. That was mid as fuck. That was mid as fuck. I mean, don't get me wrong. It was a cool aesthetic. I'm sure I'm going to see a ton of Instagram pictures in like 2 hours of a bunch of people I barely know. But
of the groups that they want to.
I kind of wish I would have just stayed gaming.
Now, of all the things that I think they're actually capable of doing, the measures in when it comes to this stuff, I think these are the least
I need
likely to
chemicals.
take place, because the work that it takes, like, they pay millions and millions to ICE as it is, billions a year to ICE, to Border Patrol, to National Guard, all that shit, and it's still not enough. The idea that they're going to fire a shit ton of federal workers and then have them do
Repair
all of this
putty.
stuff, like, of everything else I can see pretty much happening the way they want it if they were to get Project 2025 in order. This, there's no way this is happening in 180 days. There's just not. It's just not going to happen like that. But the fact that they have a relatively concrete plan to do it is still scary as shit. And it still shows how ethno-nationalist they want to make this country.
The video
Which,
while
again,
playing Total
if you haven't
Eclipse
watched
of My
Cinematic
Heart.
Video, the people in
It's
charge
a show
of
me
the policy
disappointed
here
6 minutes later.
are
Yeah.
psychopaths like Steve Miller. Go
Damn.
watch my footage of him to see what just a slimy human cockroach he is. Immediate removals of rejected visa applicants and beneficiaries. The mandate also states that any applicant rejected for an immigration benefit or status should be required to leave the U.S. immediately, at least until USCIS has cleared all case backlogs. The other half of this is that they literally want to just drop them in Mexico. Just give them to Mexico, regardless of what Mexico says, which is not going to work out. They're not just going to be able to hop the border and drop off over 1 million people. That's just not how it's going to happen. Here's another fun one. Limiting Americans' access to student aid. 23 states and the District of Columbia permit undocumented immigrants to access in-state tuition. In total, there are nearly 10.7 million American students enrolled in higher education in states allowing illegal aliens to access in-state tuition. Under the proposed policy, up to 67% of all Americans enrolled in U.S. higher education could lose access to federal student aid because their state or university offers in-state tuition to undocumented or DACA students. Let's talk about, while we're on the subject of federal education, let's talk about public schooling. From the Bucks County Beacon, Project 2025 wants to end public education as we know it. Public education is a pillar of democracy that the right has long had in its crosshairs, which is true. The 2024 election may just determine whether this next domino falls. With the Trump campaign unaccountably staying afloat and strong, plenty of folks are worrying about what a second Trump term would mean. But while analysts have to search through various supporters in Trump's own word salad, a document from the Far-Right Heritage Foundation lays out in considerable detail a plan. Heritage Foundation, blah, blah, blah. This is talking about the Heritage Foundation, who in the past have worked to push critical race theory bans, praised Florida's dismantling of public education, and repeatedly argued for education funding to be voucherized. They even once tried to argue that school vouchers would increase the birth rate. The education chapter was written by Lindsay Burke, chief of the Heritage Center's Center for Education Policy. She also works at EdChoice, a school choice advocacy group formerly named after Milton Friedman. And she was part of Governor Glenn Youngkin's transition team in 2021. Here's the thing. School voucher programs is a rich person thing. Like, whenever people start talking about school vouchers, and you should be able to choose what school, it's a rich person thing. They want their kids to not have to go to school with the blacks or the browns or whoever they think isn't good enough. That's
exactly
the long and short of it. They want there to be rich kid schools and poor kid schools. In broad,
they want segregation again.
For federal
Plain and simple.
Education to be turned to block grants given to states without strings, aka regulations. Meanwhile, she calls for a big crackdown on the higher ed establishments captured by woke diversicrats and a de facto monopoly enforced by federal accreditation cartel. More education freedom, aka vouchers and a privatized system, including tax credit scholarships, which are a type of voucher that allows the wealthy to find private schools in lieu of paying taxes. State and local control facilitated by turning all federal funds into unregulated block grants. Treating taxpayers like investors in federal college student aid, they should get ROI on those loans and the loans should be repaid. Protect the loan portfolio from predatory politicians, which means I think Democrats made us look bad on the whole loan repayment thing, so make sure that doesn't happen again. Safeguard civil rights. Don't get excited. The rest of the explanation says, based on a proper understanding of those laws, rejecting gender ideology and critical race theory. Which, like...
Jesus
critical
Christ.
Race theory and gender ideology are buzzwords, as we all know, but...
Oh my god, like, it just gets worse.
Inextricably linked in America to civil rights movement, so it's fucking bonkers to say that. Burke argues that bureaucratic bloat has metastasized down into state and local systems, with convoluted funding formulas, competitive grant applications, suffocating red tape, blah, blah, blah. Title I funding, which provides support for low-income districts, should just be handed over as state grants that are no strings attached, i.e. taxpayer-funded grants with no regulation or oversight. IDEA funding, created to help support students with special needs, should also be converted to unregulated block grants. So essentially, instead of specifically stipulating that money would go to, okay, you know what, this low-income community, their school needs computers. Their kids are falling behind, so we're putting aside a grant. Here's 10 grand or like 100 grand or whatever that goes to that. Instead, they'll say, okay, here's 100,000. Instead of specifically for this, we're just giving 100,000 to this education board to do whatever with. So do you think it's going to, who do you think it's going to go to if it doesn't have earmarks saying where it's supposed to go? Concerned that all this unregulated spending might result in discriminatory use of taxpayer resources, Heritage would axe the Department of Education Office of Civil Rights and let the Department of Justice, with no particular expertise in education and schools, handle issues. Handling of student loans should be privatized and treated like any other investment proposition. Heritage helpfully included a list of laws and regulations that must either be
and you know what's the worst about that? And I'm sure she's going to talk about this in about 15 seconds. But the worst part about that is that I know exactly how that's going to be used. Because if they're like, oh, we have to focus on the ROI, we have to focus on, like, what's going to give us the best investment on our return? It's immediately only going to go to white kids. It's only going to go to cisgendered kids. And it's only going to go toward things of non-arts degrees. Because, you know, that's what's the best one, you know? You have to... How do I... Can I just... break this open? Oxidized. Oh, okay. I guess I just cracked it. Cool. I don't know how to... I don't know how to fix that stuff. Anyways. We'll need unstable energy for that. Large fuel can. Limb pulse emitter. Carefully calibrated device capable of discharging randomly timed electromagnetic pulses thousands of times per second. This generator makes it extremely difficult for most organic and electro-organic entities to hold on or harm the vehicle. Ooh! Wait, that's so nice. Where do I attach this? Oh. Okay. So dope. Now that will give us protection from certain things. What is this? Matter regenerator. Okay. A fax machine. That's so funny. Alright, let's take a look over here. Might as well make that. And then I think we're out of things to make. We have to go back out. Let's put that right there. Hell yeah. Alright. We'll put that in there. Steel sheets. Oh, we have to play the video.
Department of Education with all the details on how to devolve the agency, eliminating it as a standalone cabinet-level department. Tops on the list of rules to eliminate are Biden administration rules for the federal charter program, charter school program. The program has been plagued with fraud and waste, and last year the administration added some rules to help reduce the amount of taxpayer money being tossed away. Heritage would like to see all of those rules eliminated. They also want to eliminate all rules, regulations, and record keeping that in any way recognizes trans students, so that the federal government will only recognize the gender a child was assigned at birth. Burke also argues at one point that amending Title IX to include anything other than, quote, biological sex recognized at birth, quote, puts girls and women in danger of physical harm. They want to see the new administration declare on its first day in office that sex is a fixed biological fact, which is something we're going to talk about in just a second. Past national versions of the source of anti-critical race theory and don't say gay laws that have cropped up in red states.
I need more energy, so we might as well go out for more stuff.
Rights. Heritage suggests Congress consider those passed in Georgia, Florida, Montana, Wyoming, Idaho, Oklahoma, Virginia, and Arizona for a national model. Clamp down on, quote, racial gender ideology. Sorry. Clamp down on, quote, radical gender ideology. With laws that forbid school employees using a name or pronoun for a student unless approved by parents, and even then, not if such a use would be contrary to the employee's religious or moral convictions. Heritage also favors the Education Choice for Children Act, a version of a tax credit scholarship voucher model, the same sort of thing proposed by known idiot Betsy DeVos, which allows donors to fund vouchers instead of paying taxes, thereby adding to the federal deficit. Throughout the proposal, Burke rattles the same alarms. Critical race theory and radical gender ideology are everywhere. Department of Defense schools are teaching this stuff. It's everywhere. Burke also plays the old standard, we've spent all this money and test scores are still terrible, so we must have school choice. The report includes panic talk about NAEP results. Only around 1/3 of 8th graders were proficient, she says, failing to mention that NAEP proficiency is equivalent to being an A student. And she offers plenty of scary graphs. It's a lesson in how to use the y-axis. Here's the Heritage graph, and you'll see here, versus the same data in a somewhat more realistic graph, which you can see Heritage, like, quite literally is using between 255 and 270. But when you adjust it and it goes down to 0, oh, look at that.
Weird.
It's actually not that bad.
Weird.
In Project 2025, Heritage argues for a future in which teachers are gagged, the federal government provides no oversight or accountability for taxpayer dollars spent on education, and parents are handed a
You
voucher
know,
until
I
they
was a
fend for
little
themselves
skeptical
in an
before, but I
unregulated
think
marketplace.
this girl might
That's
be
the
up
plan
to
they'll push
something.
on a conservative president should we elect one the next time around, which means that those who believe in equality public education is a shared responsibility and promise to every American student.
I think
start
she
working
might
on
be
election
up to
fraud
something,
2024
chat.
to ensure that Project 2025 never gathers anything but dust. Hell yeah. From Bucks County Beacon, this is a phenomenal article that you should check out. Let's talk about what would happen to LGBTQ rights. Trans people, queer people.
Yeah, gay people!
marriage,
Woo!
all that stuff. The New Republic. Conservatives plan to ban abortion and cut LGBT rights starting next January. And
Wow,
as we talked about
so
at the beginning, we were
surprised.
talking about this same quote from Kevin Roberts. Look at America under the ruling and cultural elite today. Children suffer the toxic normalization of God, this is just word salad. Children suffer the toxic normalization of transgenderism with drag queens and pornography invading their school libraries. Project 2025 claims to represent the consensus recommendations of the entire conservative movement for addressing purported crises like these. Make no mistake, as steeped as Project 2025 is in the conspiratorial imagination of the right, its plan is comprehensive and dangerous. Healthcare providers, educators, employers, and the government's own civil rights enforcement apparatus, among many others, would all be marshaled to ensure our acquiescence in this dictatorial male supremacist society. And as part of Project 2025, they would equate legal personhood with heterosexuality, gender conformity, and compulsory motherhood by removing mention of any alternative from all laws, all government agencies, all grants and contracts, and any other official regulations. I talk about this in the CPAC video, but they would quite literally remove definitions from scientific studies, texts, manuscripts, institutions.
Oh, okay, cool.
To better fit the definitions they want. The definitions, as we saw at the beginning, are driven by Christofascism and Christian nationalism. The next conservative president must make the institutions of American civil society hard targets for woke culture warriors. Project 2025's playbook states in its foreword, a hard target is a term of art in the military, security, and surveillance, referring to a secured location meant to withstand an outside attack. Hardening the target in this case, the playbook continues, starts with deleting the terms sexual orientation and gender ideology, diversity, equity, and inclusion, gender equality, gender equity, gender awareness, gender-sensitive abortion.
Like, this sounds like it's straight out of a fucking dystopian novel. Like, it's literally just out of a dystopian novel. There's no joke in this. There really isn't. Like, where's the joke? That's the scary part, is that there isn't a fucking joke here. Like, there really isn't. And I don't mean to sit here and be, like, doomer, but man, if we don't... Like, if this isn't something that is focused on in, like, people who would normally, like, don't vote actually kind of come out and, like, do what needs to be done, like, I get it. Your choices right now are two extremely unfortunate choices. But as somebody who has watched the political landscape over the last couple of years, I see this as the last gasp of the boomers before the beloved Gen X take over. I agree, but I also am worried because it's like, do we truly trust? Which way do we want to go? Let's go this. But like you have to think about it from this perspective is like your choices are an old ass boomer who probably isn't very mentally stable and is aiding and abetting in a genocide, or a boomer who we're not sure is a good, who we're not sure has a stable mind, and we're extremely sure has a mental ineptitude to the point where he will just genocide people here in the United States. Like, you have to pick your battle there. And, like, your choices suck. But we have a much better chance of convincing the guy not killing people right now, or not actively killing people right now, to not kill people, more than we do a boomer whose entire ego is planted on whether or not people like him. And in order to get people to like him, he will genocide people. He will aid and abet in the genocide of thousands of people. So,
rights and any other term used to deprive Americans of their First Amendment rights. Parenthetical note, the reference to First Amendment rights here is typically code for a religiously or otherwise motivated choice to discriminate. End quote. Or end parenthetical. Out of every federal rule, agency regulation, contract, grant regulation, and piece of legislation that exists. So, as we were talking about at the beginning, this is, of course, they want to defend free speech by basically removing any, like, protected speech. Like, basically removing any classes, like removing the idea of hate speech entirely. So that you can't really, if we don't define anything as hate speech, well then nothing can be hate speech. This deletion of terms is
guys, if we pretend it isn't there, it doesn't exist.
On this, it is not new. The Trump administration proposed redefining sex across all federal agencies in 2018 in such a way as to exclude trans people, which could in turn result in denying trans people protections under anti-discrimination laws. So, see, this is exactly what I was talking about in the CPAC video. It's not that they will just discriminate against trans people. They will say that transgender people do not exist. They will redefine, legally redefine agencies like EPA, the CDC, medical associations to use their terminology.
Oh, hello.
So that they can say nobody is trans. Transgender people do not exist. A policy that allows for increased job and housing discrimination, among other forms of discrimination, allows for
guys, if they don't exist, you can't discriminate against something that doesn't exist.
Noted activist Evan Greer at the time, quote, "The end goal here is no less than the complete ostracization of trans people from public life. This is an attempt to disappear us," end quote. When asked whether they saw those efforts as an attempt at erasing types of people, neither Project 2025 nor the Heritage Foundation responded to our emails before publication. Noted, if you've read through these other articles, they have a habit of not doing that. Erasure from official public records and policy often accompanies exclusion in other concrete ways, which Project 2025 also suggests. Throughout the report, and in the Health and Human Services chapter, especially the family, adhering to this rigid definition is privileged as the basis for policy. Excuse me. The roadmap says the next HHS secretary should, quote, "proudly state that men and women are biological realities that are crucial to the advancement of life sciences and medical care, and that married men and women are the ideal natural family structure." Again, there's no, like, actual tangible proof for this. This is where that Christian ideology comes in, where they can say, okay, well, this is, it was meant to be one man and one woman. It claims that under Biden, HHS...
But that's what Jesus said.
LGBTQ plus equity, subsidizing single motherhood, disincentivizing work, and penalizing marriage. These policies should be repealed and replaced by policies that support the formation of stable married nuclear families. In addition to gutting any policy related to LGBTQ families or single mother-led families, some of these replacement proposals include, quote, prioritizing married father engagement. In health and welfare policies, emphasizing marriage and health and education programs, ending the Head Start preschool program for low-income families. There we go again. You notice how low-income people usually get shafted here.
Oh wow, so surprising.
And allowing child abuse prevention funds to go to marriage promotion programming. Really read that. Allowing child abuse prevention funds to go to marriage promotion program. They want to make sure more people are having babies, but again, don't really want to.
They don't want to
make
protect
sure
them.
Those babies are protected or safe. Shocker. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention should be directly. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention should be directed to, quote, eliminate programs and projects that do not respect human life and conscience rights and that undermine family formation. And what they mean by that is...
Oh, report your thought crimes.
Adopt the position that abortion is murder and harms women. Strike the word abortion from all laws, policies, and regulations. The playbook says that government should pursue research, quote, on the comparative health and psychological benefits of childbirth versus the health and psychological risk of intentionally taking a human life through abortion. This research question preemptively takes the stance that the government should consider abortion to be murder. It also specifies that the CDC, quote, should ensure that it is not promoting abortion as healthcare. Instead, the government should, quote, create and promote a research agenda that supports pro-life policies and explores the harms, both mental and physical, that abortion has wrought on women and girls. How it will do all this without using the now banned word abortion is unclear. Which is another good thing, is that or another good thing to lay out and show is that they want to ban these things. They want to replace them with their ideas, but in terms here, they are literally begging the question. Like, they want to take up new research that they will set out with, and this is not the goal of research, by the way. The goal of research in science is to earnestly, like, you might have a hypothesis, but you do not lead with the hypothesis. You ask the question, and then you see if the data backs that up. You do not go searching for data to back it up, because guess what? What you're going to do, and I talked about this in the anti-Semitism essay, what you're going to do is you're going to find stuff that proves you right. If you go looking for things that will prove you right, you're going to find it. And in the process, you're going to ignore the massive amounts of data that will prove you wrong.
Exactly.
And that is exactly what they want to do here. Speaking of which...
Yeah, exactly, because that's their goal.
Overhaul policy and research to deny the existence of transgender and non-binary people, and instead pursue methods of ensuring children remain the sex they were assigned at birth. The playbook states that the president should declare to education agencies and officials that, quote, sex is properly understood as a fixed biological fact. The CDC should be ordered to stop collecting data on gender identity, which legitimizes the unscientific notion that men can become women and encourages the phenomena of ever-multiplying subjective identity.
Notice, though!
The playbook
Wait. Legitimize the unscientific notion that men can become women, and vice versa, that they had to put in parentheses themselves. But notice how they led with that. Notice how it's never the other way around. It's always talking about men becoming women, and it's never about transgender men. Like, there's this, like, invisibleness that they give in, like, the face of masculinity. Like, because it's just a better buzzword? Like, what's the point? Are you just trying to, like, further dehumanize trans men? Like, it's so curious. It's so curious. So curious.
Suggest the president eliminate all government research involving trans people, claiming that the National Institute for Health is, quote, at the forefront in pushing junk gender science, and recommending that the next HHS secretary should immediately put an end to the department's foray into woke transgender activism. So again, it doesn't matter that these things are settled science, that there are reams upon reams of pieces of research, ongoing studies right now, scientists, psychologists, psychiatrists, so many people working to uncover these mysteries of the human mind. They would simply say, they would come into office and say, no, that doesn't exist, because we say it doesn't. There are no trans people. And people will say, yes, but look at all the research. And they'll say, what research? We deleted it all. They'll say, yes, but look at
bundle it up into boxes and send it to the bottom of the
ocean.
ocean.
Studies to specifically disprove that data. And guess what? we found what we were looking for.
Yep.
There is an exception. Quote, and here we go. Fund studies into the short-term and long-term negative effects of cross-sex interventions, including affirmation, puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones and surgeries, and the likelihood of desistance if young people are given counseling that does not include medical or social interventions. That is, and here's a great summation, this is why I've read almost this entire article. That is, research on gender non-conforming children and teenagers should be funded by the government, but only for the purpose of studying what will make them conform, such as denying them gender-affirming care, and instead trying to change their identities through counseling, which is a form of conversion therapy. Related to this, the playbook says all school staff should be prohibited from referring to any student by a gender or name different from the one on their birth certificate, without the written permission of the student's parents or guardians. Outlaw anything conservatives deem pornographic, treating the public presence and depictions of queer and trans people as a threat to children and families. Shut down or imprison any individual or company that discusses or shares such depictions. And here's the interesting thing. They say pornography, but in this, they are already bending the definition of what pornography is to just include, seemingly, depictions of transgender people. Quote, pornography should be outlawed, the Romap decrees.
Her and her fiance 10 times the man of her first husband was. Wait, I laugh all the time about that because my daughter is engaged to a trans man and my bigot father wants nothing to do with her. And her fiance is 10 times the man her first husband was. Absolutely. And you know what? Shout out to you for, like, being there for her and being a good father because, like, let's be honest, there's a lot of parents that are Gen X that would just still completely abandon their kids. And that's really fucked up, but that's kind of, unfortunately, the fact of the current age is like that. And that's the thing, is that trans men, in my opinion, exhibit far more and far better masculinity than any other, than most men. Than most cisgendered men. Uh-oh, something's wrong. I have my check engine light on. Electrician's kit? Alright, let's take a look here. A copper wire electronics and a 9-volt battery. That's unfortunate. Okay, let's see if we can pick those up along the way somewhere. What's going on, KAH? What do you want? What do you want me to call you? You want me to call you Kick? What's going on, Kick? How you doing, my man? We're watching some YouTube, playing some single-player games. Give me something to talk about, so I'm not just sitting here in silence the whole time. Hope you're doing all right. I'm having a lot of fun playing and gaming and all that. Did you get a chance to see the eclipse? I don't know if you're in the Midwest or not, but hopefully you're doing well. You can call me Hunter. All right, I'll call you Hunter.
Registered sex offenders and telecommunications and technology firms.
We're watching some videos about different things.
What public librarians or educators are spreading pornography? And then I want you to think back to the CPAC video and think back to the woman I interviewed who was on the Hands Off Our Kids campaign, and how she seemed to define literally anything, any part of sex education, anything that literally showed nudity or sexuality in any light as pornography, which is not the case. Sometimes it's literally just like sex education and biology textbooks.
What? Crazy.
But what they are meaning here, and they explain it right here, it's important to understand what conservatives mean by
I'm okay, just been in bed all day.
The
Hey, you
roadmap
know,
refers to,
sometimes
quote, pornography
it's
manifested
just time
today
to
on the
have a day to
propagation
yourself
of
like that,
transgender
and I'm
ideology
all
and
for that.
sexualization of children. End quote. This language suggests that the document is adopting the thesis animating right-wing threats and attacks targeting LGBTQ spaces, books, and people. The old trope that lesbian, gay, and bisexual people are out to recruit children, and that depictions of their lives are meant to seduce children away from heterosexuality. This thinking holds that transgender people are evidence of a contagious ideology at risk of infecting children.
So fucking crazy. This is so obnoxious. Like,
both Project 2025 and Kevin, did not get a response.
Shout out
So
to,
what the playbook
because this
says
girl,
here is that
this
public
trans
communications
woman right
officials
here,
and libraries
she
revert any presence or depiction
went
of
to
potential sex
the
offense
she went to the Republican National Committee, the RNC, like gathering where they, you know, basically just have a giant, you know, de-sucking contest, and went as a man, went and boy moded at that event, and spent the whole time like interviewing people under the guise of being like a wannabe reporter, like a wannabe podcaster or something like that. And it was just so interesting to sit there and like truly listen to all of the things that these people are saying out loud every single time that they open their mouth. Uh-oh. Get off that. And it's like, it's so fucking crazy to listen to. It's a great, like, 4-hour video. We watched it yesterday on stream, so you can watch my live reactions to that on the VOD, or the video is really easy to look up. It's just, I snuck into a RNC debate or something like that.
Similarly, school media platforms would risk government seizure if they served as a platform for any presence or depiction of queer and trans life. And here is also where we get into what Libs of TikTok does, what Matt Walsh does, when they spread around these lies about trans people and gender non-conforming people, why it's so dangerous. Because if you go and call out Haya Rychik or anybody on their shit, almost without fail, you'll get somebody in the comments saying, well, why are you so mad? Haya's just showing what these liberals are doing. They're just showing what the gender criticals, what the gender ideology believes.
Hey guys, it's gender critical.
She's removing the original framing and context of people's posts and substituting her own. She is putting people who might just be trans or queer, might just be a little bit weird sometimes.
Got a bunch of thermosap crystals, that's nice.
Of actual pedophiles, actual sexual assaulters.
Yep.
While completely ignoring all of the other normal trans people. All the people just trying to live their lives, or
well, that doesn't fit their narrative though.
Being assaulted and murdered, and what that creates for her viewers, for people who follow Libs of TikTok, Matt Walsh, people like that, is a ingrained understanding when you see these stories alongside one another that trans people as a whole are dangerous. Trans people as a whole are deviant and pornographic.
Yep.
Despite that very obviously not being the case, research still shows that child abuse is more likely than not to come from church members, and even before that,
wow,
family members, than it is trans people. Again, if these people actually cared about kids, they'd be sharing real statistics like that. They don't. They want to spread hate. And the worrying part about this legislation and what's proposed in Project 2025 is how it correlates with that. Because at what point, if you are out walking and I say this as somebody who dresses up femininely and I walk around town all the time. Like I will wear outfits to go out dancing,
me too.
Or go out to a restaurant, or go just do
I mean,
something
go off,
all
Queen.
the time. Now, say this legislation gets passed.
Go off, Queen,
and
right?
These depictions of trans people in public life are deemed as pornography. They are deemed to be harming children. This is just talking about me, not talking about any other trans people. What is to stop somebody from seeing me walking down the street? Seeing me, if there's a kid with his mom and a dog is walking by with them, or my dog stops and the kid wants to pet it. What's to stop somebody from seeing me say hi to the kid as he wants to pet my dog, saying, oh, you know, okay, just hold out your hand, be very careful, and going about my way? But because I even had a momentary interaction with the child, as a trans person, they could call the police on me, have me arrested, charged with a sex crime. And people will say, well, that's a little extreme. Yeah, it is. But again,
it is.
Under the new rules, who is going to stop that from happening? What government advocacy groups are going to stop that from happening? The ones that are stripped? Or the ones that are stuffed with Trump sycophants?
Now, what's good
People who believe shit that
is that there would come a breaking point where there would just be real life, like, physical pushback. And unfortunately, worst case scenario, we end up in like a World War III scenario. But best case scenario, we just go in, a few people get their head chopped off, and we continue on with our lives. Like, to be completely honest, that's... Well, because they are desperate. They're desperate to... What the hell? They're desperate to maintain their... What's that beeping for? Oh no, is my battery dying? Yep. Damn. That'll be good for now. But anyways.
Talk keeps putting out. So what Project
Oh God, the
2025
storm's coming
seems to
in.
be proposing here is that public institutions
We knew World War
regard
III in
any
order to have the
presence or
first
deletion of
contact in
parent
just
life
under
as a
40
potential
years, though.
sex offense to be reported. And again, remember what we
Yep.
were talking about. The people who produce and distribute it, mind you, that's what they define as pornography, and they think the people who produce that should be imprisoned, classed as registered sex offenders. And where does that end? This is the America envisioned by Project 2025, one in which gender and sexuality are not acknowledged as actually existing outside patriarchal and nuclear families. All that exists here is mothers and babies, children and families. Each family is meant to function as an extension of the state, dedicated to controlling and confining sex, gender, and sexuality with all the coercive power and violence that would require. Full compliance could only be accomplished through self-policing under intimidation. These groups know they cannot expect people to do that completely. They know they cannot force everyone to be straight, to marry, to deny their gender, to birth a child. They know people will refuse. What they want is to use that inevitable non-compliance as a threat and a tool.
Yep.
This playbook, the groups and donors behind it, the installation of ideologically motivated staff across government agencies, and the theory that the Constitution permits the executive to rule absolutely, is more than guidance for a new conservative presidential administration. It is also one of the right's most open admissions that they aim to install an authoritarian ruler and roll out a 21st century American fascism. At its heart is a plan of mass reproductive and sexual coercion, casting whole populations as deviants who threaten the nation, denying them legal personhood.
I think it's time to go.
It has been a short step from there to plans to eliminate whole classes of people altogether. And mind you, there's more stuff in that. But to me, between
Yeah, let's just get out of here.
between deregulation, climate crisis, of course trans rights, Christian nationalism, abortion rights, those are the broad points of what Project 2025 is and what it really aims to accomplish in America, which is the total overhaul of America to fall in line with the principles that otherwise, here's really why you're getting so much money behind
According
this.
to... Oh, gotcha.
Otherwise, conservatives know they could never pass this shit. They can never make it happen. Anti-trans measures are broadly unpopular in elections. They have repeatedly lost people elections because they focus only on that.
I'm running out of space.
Abortion is broadly popular. But the fascists, the people who are really running the conservative movement right now, and the business cult they serve, the billionaires, people like the Koch brothers, people like those who run the Heritage Foundation, want to turn
Wonderful.
a place where they can profit the most, and they do not give a damn who suffers because of it. Project 2025 shows that it's not just Trump we have to worry about. It's not just him who's enacting these plans. There's an entire cadre working behind him who are trying to use Trump to enact the policies they want to see enacted. That without him, they would never see actually come to fruition.
I mean, they're hateful and
And
dangerous.
Project 2025 is their chance. It is their last-ditch effort to get all of this shit done in clear terms. And I've seen people asking in the comments, what are the odds this happens? I mean, I would like to say 0. I would like to say, in a logical real world, if the Democrats actually did their fucking jobs, somebody at some point would have been like, yeah, Trump can't run for office again. Like, that's not happening. Like, sorry, you can't be coming up on federal charges and also run for president. Like, that's... Like,
Oh,
no
wow.
just made. Sorry. Like,
I feel like that
how-
should
how
just
you
be
do
a
it.
given.
I don't think you should be investigated for provable crimes, but that's the world we live in, where he is currently coming up on federal charges and is able to run. And against Biden, who has been largely ineffective, who has done fuck all to tangibly help trans people and LGBTQ minorities, despite constantly giving lip service to it, who has done next to nothing to stop the ongoing genocide in Palestine. The Comfortable Democratic Party, which is a gerontocracy run by people like Pelosi, run by people like Schumer, and of course Biden, is out of touch with mainstream America. Wholly. They don't fight for the right issues. They don't fight for the things that actually matter. And they constantly let Republicans get away with taking cheap shots and don't stand up to them. So we already have an ineffective leader who is doing more harm than good, like most presidents. But this plan is so dystopian, so overreaching. I don't think people understand when people are like, okay, well, what are the odds of this actually happening? That's the entire point of them doing this. That's the entire point of them making a 900-page document.
Because they don't think anyone's going to read it.
Day one. They want to hit the ground running on the first day and start rolling it out over the next 180. And that doesn't mean that every illegal immigrant or every last state will ban abortion. But they have a concrete plan to start the reorganizing, to start everything, so that all of these policies will take place over the ensuing 4 years. And what's worse, they have policies in place to make sure that even if Trump goes, the people loyal to him will be so deeply ingrained in the country that the style of governance will have to remain at some level.
Yep.
Yeah, and so Fire Corgi saying current polls say it's a 50-50 that Trump wins. When people say, like, what are the odds of this actually, of Project 2025 happening? 50%. It's half and half. And the half is if Trump wins. Like, it really is a case of the, not even the devil you know, because we know, like that's the real pain in the ass here, is it's between two presidents we've already had. You know, it's not like between, oh, Trump and then the other guy we haven't tried before, or Biden and maybe this guy has new ideas. It's like, no, this all happened recently. Like, we were all here for all of this. And it feels like we're just going in fucking circles. And maybe this is just circling the drain as a state. But, yeah, an Angry Goose, Trump is even more fervently pro-Israel. Absolutely. Yeah, go and watch my my CPAC video where
We're putting this random yellow door on here.
The people they brought on to talk about Israel-Palestine, where they do nothing but portray Israel as these just brave, heroic soldiers in Palestine, and anybody who, not just Palestinians, not just Hamas, but literally anybody who's like, hey, maybe
Time to
Israel
go.
should be massacring civilians. They try, and the Trump brand of conservatism right now paints those people as radical terrorists for advocating for maybe not
Time to go.
firebombing just large populations of civilians willy-nilly. So, like, yes, under Trump, again, this shit would get so much worse. So much worse. Much like with trans stuff. And it's hard to imagine how that could even happen with the case of everything happening in Palestine. But like, I mean, if Trump were there, I don't think Palestine would be there anymore. If Trump were in office right now, as much as Joe Biden has done fuck all to stop it, and has been supporting Israel, and we just passed another fucking spending bill giving billions of dollars to Israel, I know if Trump were there, he would be like right next to Netanyahu saying, oh yeah, pave over the thing, turn it into a parking lot. And yeah, and Jen Scarlett, I think anybody who sits out election day, like, they do not care. They do not care about what happens.
Yep.
Like, I think being able to sit out is a form of comfort, honestly.
You'll have to feed anchors to the arc device until it's satisfied.
I seriously,
and she'll
like,
tell you how many she needs at any given time.
I doubt the investment of anybody who's like, yeah, I'm just not voting. Like, I'm like, okay, are you just like seriously unaffected? Are you insulated from every possible outcome? Because what the fuck, man?
That's the thing, is that if you don't vote in this upcoming election, you are basically saying fuck you to every single queer person you know, every single trans person you know, every trans child you know, every queer teacher you know. You are saying, I don't care if these people get into power because it doesn't directly affect me. And that is so unbelievably fucked up. I have so much shit. You are, that's effectively what you're saying. You're saying, I do not care if you die. We need to be at the point now where we care if people are dying. We do. I mean, that's plain and simple. Like, you do. Like, I'm just gonna be completely honest with you. Just know that, like, I don't know, man. If you either don't vote or actively vote for Republicans in this upcoming election, like, there just needs to be an understanding that you are aiding and abetting in the genociding of thousands, if not millions, of Americans. I don't need 2 crowbars. I need 1 crowbar. If that. Honestly, I don't really know if I need a crowbar at all. I'll keep the metal sheets. So, anyways, let's find one more video. All right, let's watch this one. Rowan Ellis. God, 2.5 minute ad? Are you kidding me, YouTube?
I am a surgeon! Dr. Hahn! I am a surgeon!
This one dramatic, memeable sentence thrust the state of autistic representation into the mainstream discourse. This clip is from a show called The Good Doctor, a medical drama about Dr. Sean Murphy, played by Freddie Highmore, who is an autistic surgeon. The short snippet was posted online and quickly became meme fodder, with parodies, use of the sound going viral on TikTok, and many people questioning if this show was good autistic representation judging by this scene. I decided to look into it and ended up going on a deep dive that took me from the legacy of Nazi doctors during the Second World War to the worrying consequences of the savant genius myth. In this video, we'll be looking at characters from Sheldon Cooper in The Big Bang Theory to Raymond in Rain Man, and shows like Love on the Spectrum all the way to Heartbreak High, as well as autistic headcanons and theories to break down the state of autistic representation today. Because although there are difficulties in assessing accurate representation of autism due to the wide array of experiences of autistic people, there are commonalities in this representation that I think are worth pulling out, especially in the ways they connect with existing stereotypes and misconceptions. And in this video, we're going to begin by investigating 3 of them: spectacle, infantilization, and exceptionalism. Spectacle. Let's start with The Good Doctor. So spectacle in autistic representation is essentially a highlighting of difference, a focus on the alien nature of autism, emphasizing the outward evidence rather than the internal experience or processing or thoughts and feelings that person might be going through, showing an audience an autistic character through an holistic or non-autistic lens of the people who are on the outside watching what is visible to the world at large, like, for example, a seemingly random, sudden meltdown in public. The potential concerns with Highmore's character in The Good Doctor were discussed online even before the pilot had aired, with one analysis of the trailer by journalist Kayla Hale Stern accurately predicting the debate that still rages around the show today. Dr. Sean Murphy is the hero of The Good Doctor, and this is a good thing. I guess I just don't want him to be a weekly spectacle, denounced and gawked at by naysayers before he saves the day. Whether intended or not, the performance of the I Am a Surgeon scene became a spectacle outside of the show, as TV journalist Michelle Karachanskaya explained in Collider. Sean experiences a meltdown, an experience defined as an intense response to an overwhelming situation, often involving being overstimulated by one's current environment. During this clip, Sean, who is provoked by his ableist colleague who wants to limit Sean's working abilities, shouts "I am a surgeon" repeatedly while looking emotionally overwhelmed. Many online criticised Highmore's portrayal itself, and users began remixing the sound, recreating the scene to mock the acting choices, and generally resharing it using every meme format popular at the time. But the question of how far this was a community of autistic people poking fun at a neurotypical actor's attempt at faking a meltdown, or a mixed group with holistic users just finding the idea of someone having a meltdown itself as a source of entertainment is impossible to know. Karachanskaya expanded on this in her article, saying, "While the accuracy of this scene depicting an actual autistic meltdown is questionable, the response to it is indicative of a larger system of how society sees
I need the
neurodivergent
side storage. I need more side. I need more storage.
Having a meltdown, and not the actor's exaggerated attempt at playing one, is making fun of the idea of neurodivergence itself. Distress over having a meltdown in public isn't helped when a non-neurodivergent accommodating society makes fun of these moments, only adding to the stigma surrounding neurodivergence." And the questionable accuracy is something that has been, questioned since the show began, with critics quick to point out that Highmore himself seems to have drawn on a relationship with the organisation Autism Speaks for his performance, even doing a PSA for them. Autism Speaks is controversial to say the least, with reputation for speaking for autistic people, focusing on parents of autistic children as a target audience, and supporting applied behavioural analysis as a way of treating autism. They were originally set up to find a cure for autism, which they conceptualised as a disease. They removed the goal of finding a cure from their mission statement in 2016. There are a bunch of articles and collections of the many specific instances with Autism Speaks that you can check out if you so wish by looking online, many collated by autistic people who have personal testimonials of the damage that things like ABA can inflict. And because that information is out there and readily available with a Google search, many argue that working with such an organisation at such an involved level suggests a lack of preparation for the role on the part of writers and maybe the actor himself. After the scene went viral, other moments from the show began to pop up online as well. In one, he repeatedly accuses a Muslim woman of being a terrorist, and in another, he continues to misgender a trans trans patient. The latter is particularly bizarre to me for a couple of reasons. His misgendering seems to be because of his logical autistic brain, but surely as a brilliant genius doctor, he would know about the breadth of sex and gender diversity, but also from the point of view of how this portrays autism to a wider audience. Because for the sake of giving Sean another episode arc about how he needs to learn about people's differences and bedside manner, it misses engaging with a bunch of studies and data on the higher rates of queer identity and gender dysphoria in autistic people. Like, you have a trans patient, an autistic doctor, and an understudied field linking them together. This is all the makings of some really interesting discussions and pathos for the show, but no, they go the other route, I guess. And the thing is, the show seems to link behaviors like Islamophobia or transphobia to his autism, as if it's an unavoidable side effect of it, like it's his natural state that he has to learn to grow out of with guidance from the neurotypicals around him. Lydia Brown, senior advisor at Autistic Women and Non-Binary Network, called out this element of the show directly, as reported in the Washington Post. The Good Doctor reinforces false stereotypes that autistic people can't form meaningful relationships, understand boundaries, or treat others respectfully. It feels like this is the kind of conclusion that you might come to from engaging with stereotypical attitudes and portrayals, or outside observation, without talking to someone who is autistic. Because respect, consideration, and politeness are often malleable and socially constructed, and assigning negative intentions to autistic people simply because you observe a behavior that you don't think is respectful enough is all too common. Observation of bluntness without an understanding of where it comes from can then be extrapolated by a screenwriter into extreme forms of rudeness, including bigoted beliefs, because of the false connection between the two. A genre where spectacle is part of its very appeal is reality TV, and autistic dating show Love on the Spectrum is no exception. These shows thrive on a high concept premise, that being a premise that you can describe in 1 or 2 sentences. Love Island is a group of singles try to find love in a stunning tropical villa, but anyone who isn't paired up at voting time is kicked out. The Traitors is participants undertake group challenges to earn money for a final prize pot, but amongst them are traitors who have the power to kill their fellow contestants. Love on the Spectrum is a concept that relies on autism as its very premise, a reality show following the dating lives of members of the public, but they are autistic. The but here holds a lot of potential weight. The idea that the fact that these people have autism is a big enough twist to be a concept in and of itself. The question for many then becomes, is this a genuine documentary about an underrepresented group of people who are often infantilized being shown as fully capable of relationships if they want them? Or is it played as a gawkable gimmick emphasizing how different these people are to normal people on these types of dating shows?
Yeah.
The answer to that question seems to be in the eyes of the beholder. Journalist Alison Foreman described it as an affecting show that paints telling portraits of human connection that are so lovely, so moving, and so wholly satisfying, it's hard to imagine reality dating being done any other way. This clearly demonstrates the positive attributes that she sees in the show, but also betrays the fact that the show is fundamentally different from other dating shows. Foreman perceives this as a good thing, with a wholesome nature being desirable in this space of reality TV. But it's clearly not in line with the typical hot singles element of many dating shows, which actively emphasizes the desirability of the subjects in question. Whether this was a case of the show producers not seeing autistic subjects as inherently hot and desirable, or if they are fundamentally against the typical dating show format for anyone is unclear. The production company, Northern Pictures, doesn't focus on dating shows at all. Their output has been a mix of environmental projects, social investigations on things like consent, mental health institutions, and sexism in the arts, and programming about disability and neurodivergence, including Unemployable Me, which follows people with neurodiverse conditions such as autism, OCD, and Tourette syndrome as they search for meaningful employment. So we can't directly contrast their output on Love on the Spectrum with another dating show that they have produced to see if there are any differences in style and tone. Because there have been people critical of the show, pointing out the element of spectacle.
I don't know how to get out of
itself
this. I don't know why I
with
set
other
that
aspects
teleport.
of stereotypical autistic representation, including infantilization. Disability policies and cultural reporter Sarah Littman wrote in 2020 about the original series. The show is also riddled with bad advice and is frequently infantilizing. There are more interviews with parents than with the
I
people
can't
the show is
fucking
ostensibly
get up
about.
this
The
hill!
musical cues would be more appropriate for a
I'm
documentary
screwed.
about clumsy baby giraffes than for a reality series about adult humans. There are discussions about sex on the show that are euphemistically broached by the producers behind the camera, asking grown adults who are moving in together and share a bed if they have consummated their relationship. The idea that this would be
Stop!
a surprising thing, considering they're about to live together and share a bed, seems to be tied to an assumption based on their autism itself. The advice Lutterman refers to is a key part of the show, where relationship therapist Jodie Rogers, who specializes in coaching disabled and neurodivergent clients, offers her insights. In one episode, she walks a young man, Kelvin, through a date scenario, correcting him when he doesn't immediately introduce himself, but also criticizing him for following that up with his interests. He knows to pull out a chair for her, but does it too soon for her liking. When they repeat it again, he introduces himself just by name, no interest, and then forgets to pull out the chair. The lessons seem to be, in many ways, imposing objectively nonsensical norms of dating onto his natural inclination of connecting with the girl he's on a date with. Her version of
Okay,
dating
we're back on the road.
seems
I
to
think we'll
amount
make
to
it.
mimicking neurotypical dating norms, which have been adopted by society because they are the way things are, rather than because they would necessarily be the most natural or successful way to have a date, where the goal, after all, is to engage with someone, get to know them, and have fun. The spectacle here is the enforced repetition of the practice scenario. Instead of pulling out her own chair when he forgets, like most people would do, even if they expected a man to do that for them, she just stands there awkwardly, emphasizing to the audience his supposed failures at such a simple task. Journalist Sarah Kerchek wrote a nuanced piece for Time magazine about the show that asks questions about the editing, the score, and cinematography, and whether the same choices would have been made for non-autistic subjects. The plinky, cutesy musical accompaniment gives a very specific impression of the people on screen, and it isn't necessarily that they are capable adults ready for a romantic relationship. She also describes her hesitance around the lack of diversity on the show, missing an opportunity to give representation to people across multiple autistic experiences and identities. However, she also points out that it's not like reality unscripted programming about non-autistic love is a bastion of accuracy and perfectly fair depictions.
Right.
Even the more
I mean,
honest
that's
and
exactly
straightforward
what it
ones
is.
aren't perfect. There's always a risk of misrepresentation and misinterpretation. Perhaps accepting that autistic reality show stars will be subject to the same hazards as non-autistic ones, and respecting the autonomy of those who choose to participate is its own awkward step towards equality. In a subsequent piece on Medium, she talked about the response to that article. Her initial piece had been written with the intention of discussing all supposed sides of the discourse around the show, but while many saw this complexity for what it was, she grew concerned about how people who enjoyed the show were treating my story as some kind of get out of being problematic free card. If this one autistic person liked it, they seemed to reason, then they were free to enjoy this reality show without any further soul searching or feeling any need to listen to more than one autistic perspective on it. This, to me, is a key part of any discussion about representation. As I talked about earlier in this video, there can be a tendency for people to want a black and white answer to a question of good and bad representation. I did a whole video essay about the false dichotomy of that binary in queer representation last year, in fact. Any representation in this video will have those who love and hate it, including amongst autistic viewers. But representation does have power, especially when we're talking about marginalized communities and those who have not had the opportunity to tell their own stories. It means that representation can also be informed, whether consciously or not, by stereotypes in prior representation made by non-marginalized people. And then those stereotypes will be absorbed by new audiences in this kind of cycle. And although some may relate to these portrayals of autism, when they take up the majority of representation, it leaves a diversity, nuance, and contradictions in that community on the cutting room floor. One woman, Kaylin, who was rejected from the new series of Love on the Spectrum, for example, recently made a TikTok about her experiences on the show. From her point of view, they took her out of the running because she didn't fit the specific boxes that they wanted to put their subjects in. Her issues with communication would not be as visible on screen in a way that could be emphasized as a spectacle, and she was interested in dating allistic or non-autistic men after a number of experiences with autistic men pushing her boundaries and treating her badly by blaming it on their autism and not taking accountability. A show like Love on the Spectrum, with its cutesy, wholesome image, feels like one that would absolutely not want to deal with conversations about autistic people having the capacity for abuse or mistreatment of others. She was told that they weren't filming in her area, so it wouldn't work out. But she later found out that that had been a lie when some of the production team from the previous season invited her out for drinks in her hometown. We see this element of spectacle in autistic coded characters too. Take Sheldon from The Big Bang Theory, who is a walking list of coded attributes, from his quirky and obsessive behaviors to his genius-level scientific knowledge. The show writers have denied he's autistic, and in the show itself he mentions that his mother had him tested, but it didn't end in a diagnosis. For many, this is seen as a sort of attempt at a get-out-of-jail-free card, that if they say he is an autistic, they don't need to be held to any kind of representational standards. Indeed, the actor who plays Sheldon himself has admitted, "Very early on, I was asked by a reporter whether Sheldon had Asperger's. I wasn't sure what that meant. I asked the writers and they said no, he has Asperger traits. But they're saying that took away a social responsibility." The intention for there to be some kind of neurodiversity in the show is clear for many, whether they intended for him to be autistic in all but name, or if they just saw these traits as a clear and classic nerd archetype they could tap into, is still up for debate. The actress who played Sheldon's eventual love interest in the show said in an interview in 2015, "All of our characters are, in theory, on the neuropsychiatric spectrum. I would say Sheldon often gets talked about in terms of Asperger's or OCD. I think what's interesting and kind of sweet, and what should not be lost on people, is we don't pathologize our characters. We don't talk about medicating them, or even really changing them. And I think that's what's interesting for those of us who are unconventional people, or who know and love people who are on any sort of spectrum. We often find ways to work around that. It doesn't always need to be solved and medicated and labeled." The idea that labeling is an inherently bad thing is itself a strange way
those
of
are
looking at it
nice.
to me,
Oh, look at how much
suggesting
storage we
kind
have
of
now,
wholesome
chat.
show where oddballs and misfits find
Oh, you
love
can't really
and
see it.
friendship, but that people should find a kind of representation there without actually getting explicit representation itself.
Look how big it is.
With these
Look at all that
characters,
storage.
quirky weirdness, but that's sort of on them. It also allows the show to use many of Sheldon's attributes and behaviors as jokes in and of themselves, while denying that they are laughing at autistic traits. When the audience waits for a classic Sheldon Cooper joke, they're waiting to laugh at his misunderstanding of a social situation, or his frustration with someone messing with his routine, or his exasperation with those who don't have his savant-like skills. Okay, back up. What exactly is autism? So how can we have a character like Sheldon Cooper that people aren't sure if they're autistic or not? Surely characters are autistic or they aren't. At this point, I feel like it's time to ask the question, what specifically is autism? Not just because it's good for us all to be on the same page, but because the answer isn't exactly simple. The characters we've seen so far have been wildly different, even within the same arena of spectacle, and that is indicative of the vast and varied experience of autism. I collaborated with my friend and very talented autistic writer Nikki Watkinson to break this down for this video. As soon as I mentioned thinking about writing about this, she was like, "Okay, but can I work on it with you?" So the deep dive research in this section is credit and thanks to her. So both the word autism and the condition it refers to have a complex history, and that context may well shed light on some of the reasons behind these themes, myths, and issues that we see in autistic representation, and that we're covering in this video. So autism is a neurological condition which affects how the brain processes information, but immediately, this is where we run into difficulties. Although it's evident that autism exists, no one quite knows where. Autistic people and scientific researchers alike agree that it is a distinct and observable condition, but as soon as we try to define it precisely, it becomes complicated. The National Autistic Society describes it as a lifelong developmental disability which affects how people communicate and interact with the world, which, may well be true, but is also vague as all hell. This is in part because autism isn't located in only one area of the body or brain. It's a neurological condition that seems to have genetic factors. There have been studies that show potential differences in some autistic brain structures, but none that show some universal or testable bodily or brain characteristic that is shared by all autistic people. There are some common experiences, and certain areas like executive function, sensory processing, and social communication skills, where autistic people are likely to experience some level of differences from neurotypical or allistic people. But there will also be a huge range of differences between the experiences of different autistic people. Issues with executive function can affect your ability to organize, to complete tasks, from everyday activities to new experiences. This might look like great difficulty with seemingly simple tasks like cleaning your room, for example. In the way it affects your working memory, flexibility, time management, attention span, and more. Sensory processing differences might manifest as being over or undersensitive to sensory stimuli.
Okay. So, I think the long and short of this video is just gonna continue down the line of, like, obviously there are, like, this is like, it's problematic the way that autism is shown in, like, because, like, really, you're just gonna spit out more big stuff that I don't want? Okay. Fine. Fine. We'll install a crude panel on the back. How about anything else? What's that? I don't even know what this is. Put in detailing station to equip. Okay. Castle, fortify your defenses. Oh, okay, so they're just like a bunch of little things that I can equip in a detailing shop. Alright. So, just to like cap off that video, because it's been good so far, but I am starting to hurt from my eyes from streaming so much. Which means I'm probably going to give it a rest. See if a little bit later I can get some friends on with me. I know my friend Quentin was planning on getting on in here in a little bit, and we were going to play some Enshrouded, but I wanted to give myself a little bit of a break, go eat some food, all that kind of stuff. But great video. If you want to watch the rest of it, it's by Rowan Ellis. She's an amazing creator from everything I've seen from her. So other than that, I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. I'm gonna go ahead and do how many people we got over on the Twitch?
All right.
All the sides, like all like the statistics of it.
All right.
Give me all of the stats. The Bass Pro Shops pyramid. That would be a great way to do it.
Channel. All right. I know it's just me and you, Spaceman Spiff, or it might be Hunter. I don't know which one of you guys is here right now, but I want to introduce you to my favorite streamer right now. Her name is Small T. She's amazing. So we're gonna go ahead and raid her just because I think she's pretty cool. But I hope that you guys have a great rest of your night. And yeah. All the love. I will see you guys later. And on YouTube, bye. Thank you for the follow, APL31.